Will we be re-voting on every mystery match, or will all 3 games be pulled from that one list?
They're all from that one list.
Damn.
Cards pink again, then it's all.
There were not 3 games I wanted to play on that list. Damn. Oh, I get it now. My cart was pink because the game accidentally selected 2-player. Second player gets pink.
I don't know if we've been live for a while, but we are live now.
And I'll be right back. Back.
Our chat room is distinctly cotton candy colored names, and I hope it stays this way. That one's a little darker. That's like after you take a bite and your saliva's like mixed in a little bit, just a little bit, and it's a little darker. That's what that is.
Would you believe me if I told you that I got turbo specifically so I could change my color to exactly Barbie pink?
I would believe you. I know people who did that and then canceled turbo and got to keep their name.
Yeah, you can do that. That's what I did.
Yep.
I got turbo for exactly 1 month so I could change my color.
Well, I know people who canceled it like, oh, I didn't mean to do that. Please give me a refund. They didn't even pay anything.
Well, to be fair, I did get my Twitch Turbo from the Humble Bundle, so I paid, like, nothing for it.
But you got something for it. Oh, I don't know about this yellow cotton candy. It's almost a little
Don't
bit
eat that
green.
cotton candy.
No, don't eat yellow cotton candy.
It's like yellow snow. With bad breaks, you just don't know.
Yep, Turbo lets you change the color of your name. That's why Author Blues has his own distinct shade of magenta there. I think Bad Breaks is custom too.
Like mine is the precise hex value for Barbie. I looked it up. We did research on this.
Wait, Bad Breaks, did you get Turbo on your main account so that the Best of Ness videos wouldn't be deleted? Because
But
you
only
would have to
saves
do that for
broadcast
Best of
film.
Ness. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, okay. I thought you didn't have Turbo before and you specifically got it just for that, but then got it on the wrong account. But you're okay. I thought you didn't have Turbo before and you specifically got it just for that, but then got it on the wrong account. I think I should check in with the Bob Ross stream. There were some exciting developments.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, is that you, Seawolf?
Yeah, it's me.
Awesome.
No time. Sort of, maybe.
I know everyone's happy to see you here because they want to start playing some Nintendo games. Not
May I
for
speak
fun,
to-
though. The not fun
But,
kind.
This is serious. It's totally serious business here.
Yes, serious kind. Serious Nintendo games.
Yeah, the Bob Ross stream is still there. So the finale for Bob Ross got like 160,000 viewers or something. And
Wow.
then they played some YouTube remix of him with like vocoder lyrics, and that was funny. And now it's just an easel that says "Stay tuned" with a countdown that ends in 2 days and 5 hours.
What could that be?
Bob
Maybe
Ross
this old house.
is going to show up. It's going to be this
Yeah.
old house.
People were saying Bob Ross would be like resurrected.
Right. Like, just kidding, guys. I'm right here. Let's paint.
It'd be like a Weekend at Bernie's sort of thing.
No.
Well, I
Oh,
think
this thing, oh god.
someone suggested that it would be his son, Steve Ross, would do his own show.
I mean, Jim Ross! Oh no!
Every time he screws up the thing. Oh god!
Is my stream coming through?
Hold on. Let me go check it out.
Yeah, it looks good.
Alright. My, keypad's the right spot.
Cygnus got to level 13 in Tetris, so it's starting to get serious business now.
Yep.
Alright. You guys ready to do our mystery goal?
sure.
I'm scared.
Come on.
This is a strong list.
It was a strong list. Some good stuff on there. A lot of stuff got
Mm.
conflicted out. Hopefully we still got a few good games left over.
It's a very potent, like, classic list. A lot of really solid games from Yes, do you? Oh, and Tom and Jerry.
Plus that.
We might actually play this time. We tried last time. Didn't work.
I should have put this lower. Should have.
Alright, game's revealed to be Mega Man 3. They're going to be fighting Gemini Man and Needle Man.
Alright. Alright. Close. Ultimate Mega Man.
Gemini's the one with the rainbow flashing blocks, right?
Yeah, the stage is like crystalline. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a hard one. Have fun with
Yeah,
that.
It's toughy. Hey. Let's see here. Yeah, stream suffering for a bit.
These 4 speedrunners haven't speedrun Mega Man 3 before. It's okay if they played it before. In some cases, it's even okay if they've, like, sort of speedrun it, kind of.
You say so, boss.
Yeah, like, if you joined a blind run, like, 2 years ago, probably not gonna hold that against you.
Yeah, if you played it like 20 years ago and had your brother hold right the whole time so you could jump out of hits, probably doesn't count. Just saying.
So this is before the part in the Mega Man franchise where they added charging shots and sliding.
They can
have to
slide, you can't charge.
but not-
Oh, you can slide. I got it.
If you can't charge.
You'll also have to figure out what the details of the slide mechanics are in this one. It changes from Mega Man to Mega Man. Can you jump out of a slide?
Yes, you can.
Do you have to cancel the slide first? How do you cancel it? Can you,
You
cancel
do not
A?
have to cancel
Can you
the slide.
cancel?
Right.
Okay, there you go.
There's a lot of options. That's true. That's true. Yeah, in this one you can jump out of a
I can't-
slide.
How do you jump out of a slide? I don't
Just
understand
press
what
the
that
A
means.
button.
I'm hitting the A button.
It'll be going down though. Like
Maybe
okay.
there's like a cooldown, so you can't jump out of it. Like
You don't
right
have to
away.
hold down. You can start sliding and then you can let go of down.
Yeah,
Oh,
it says let go down.
I'm stupid. Yeah, you have to let go of down.
Right.
There it is. See, always something to the sliding in these Mega Man games.
Yep. And these guys will have to do that if they want to skip Proto Man at the beginning of this stage here.
Crap.
Yep.
It's not hard. It's really easy once you work on it for like 30 seconds. You'll get it. I guarantee you.
This had to have been my lowest rated thing.
That wasn't
Oh.
vetoed. Yeah. Well, you also conflicted out, I think, 4 of the top-rated games. So
Yeah,
Jerk.
there were like 3 candidates that were like, hey, these ones work. Like, you know, they're not super highly rated, but there's an even spread. And then everything else was like, there's a really big spread here. It kind of sucks. And so we looked at those 4 games, and all 4 were on Author Blues. I've played this before, I've speedrun this before, and we're like,
Pause.
Hey, they were the dummies who voted for Wally Bear and the No Gang.
That's true.
that would
I
have been
know
one
part
of
of
them. But you,
fact, I
you
got no
had
part of
the-
that.
the confliction.
Alright, got the script here. Got the movie.
I wanted to see what it was.
You should watch Darbian's VOD of his weekend of Wally Bear, where he dressed up as Wally Bear from Wally Bear and the No Gang and speedran it for 6 hours.
That hurt. Let's try this now. Alright, got this. Restart properly. We got splits. Oh dear, what are the splits? Gemini boss, Gemini kill, needle boss, needle kill. Okay. So we need 4 splits. We got weapon
So
wise.
there's an option to.
Okay.
There's basically an alternate route in this stage, right? Like you can choose to get the weird part of whatever the thing is, and then that warps you to a checkpoint.
No, that's Mega Man 4.
Oh, that's
for
fair.
that's for the wire, the balloon, dive mans, and Terra Man stage. This game is all just go that way.
Yep, we put a bunch of pretty popular games on the list this time around, so I wouldn't expect to find 4 people who haven't played them, but speedrunning a game, especially one like this, is very different than just playing through it.
Yeah, especially a stage like Gemini Man where you can't slide evenly. The stage is not like level. You gotta deal with all the crags and the holes and hits and stuff.
And a
That's not really
non-trivial
fair.
lag.
This guy makes this stage look easy. That's not fair.
That guy's not
Hey,
allowed
watch.
to do that. He's supposed to die a bunch of times, so you feel good.
Got the wrong video again?
Well, of course this game's easy when you know what you're doing.
Yeah, he knew where those enemies were going to appear. That's cheating.
Jerk penguins.
I'm starting to get the impression that he didn't do this blind like I am.
Penguins do drop a lot of 1-ups for the match speed. At least in my playing experience. Oh, the fire dudes are killing me. Now they're doing it literally.
Man, that lag is incredible. You need to be
Yeah.
on these flame spitting guys.
Yeah, if they're too high when they show up there, you're just kind of, well,
And the
win this
eggs,
round
too.
fight, man.
The eggs exploded to like 10 sprites.
Yeah, every explosion is a separate sprite. It's awful.
You know, when Fast speedran
God.
this, he had Magnet. I'm just saying.
That's true.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Magnet sure helps here.
Jerk.
Literally a jerk.
I can have like a second controller back to my keyboard and hold right at all times. And just jump over everything.
This is supposed to be hold right and jump, man.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know
That's what
how
I was
we
saying.
ended up with this goal.
I gotta say, I'm just a little concerned that we're 5 minutes in and we're 7 minutes in, and no one has left the first screen yet.
This is the hardest screen in the level,
screen.
and probably in the whole goal.
Yeah, the whole goal is this first screen's
Okay.
a monster.
Needleman
Penguins
is
do
a
a whole-
pretty easy stage compared to this, and
Very
this is
I'm
the
gonna tell you
hardest
guys
part
my
of Gemini.
strats. I'm just gonna take a ton of damage in this stage,
You got an
and
E-tank.
They get good.
well, okay, so you're nice enough to give an E-tank.
Yeah, to give you an E-tank, and I gave you guys overpowered weapons for the boss fights. So I gave you guys the best weapons for each of them.
Hey, got it.
Well, I don't know. There may
Here's
be
one.
some better choice than Snake
Oh
for,
wait,
for Gemini.
oh
but
okay.
It works pretty
I
well.
didn't realize there were multiple pages of menu. I just saw P and I was like, you jerk.
Well, you will probably at least want to use Rush Coil at some point.
For this part with the eggs and the tadpoles, I think if you get 3 of them on screen, like you break ones that are way up high, once 3 are out, no more will spawn, and then you're safe to kind of chew through the ones that you need to get through.
Or say 2 in a rush. So you have rush out and 2 of them pop up.
Oh, okay. Right.
That's not gonna work. That's gonna work. Okay, cool.
So is that thing glitched? Like, what is that machine?
Yeah, it glitches
It's-
out if you do the pro skip.
Okay.
Yeah, it glitches out. Otherwise, a big walrus or something. I actually figured out what it was.
I've never actually seen it because every speedrun always skips it.
Yeah, it's a big penguin, actually. Giant
Yeah,
penguin
walrus.
with a crank on his head.
Oh god, the lag.
So the picture that you attached here, is that like the range of possible values that you can start your slide from?
That's correct. So start somewhere in between there, preferably as far to the right as you can get. And then you just start your slide, and you
Throw the
can
inputs.
be holding right during your slide, and then just tap the A button once you get to pretty close to where your slide's going to end. But there should be a lot of leeway.
Okay. Well, you know what? I'm going to tell you, I'm going to try that out.
I hope you do.
I got it first try, so it's not hard at all.
Well, now that you've said
I
that,
do
if I
that.
don't get it first try, then I just get to feel embarrassed.
It's minus 1 second off your final time. Or plus 1 second.
Oh, that's right. You go real. Oop, nope, too early.
These fire pillars are rude.
Oh, they're awful.
And there's only like, 600 of them at a time.
3 minutes to
But if you-
3 minutes to stage. This feels
But
awful.
if you kill these guys, you get less of them.
Out of curiosity, what's the testing time of this thing? Spark. No, Needle Man. There we go. That'd have been tragic.
I don't know. We don't really require testers to write down times.
Good point.
Also, it could be a little weird because if someone was really good, they were like, "Oh, it's only like 150," and then it turns out like your average person's it's more like 230.
By the way, on the menu screen, top right corner for Needle Man. Don't mess around with that.
Yeah, I recommend going to the right stage.
Almost didn't. That'd have been a thing.
We had a bit of a mishap that way, and which one was it? One of the 6 Mega Mens for Best of Ness.
Yeah,
Oh,
one
no.
of them. And someone did have a wrong stage. Yep.
It was
I think
2.
you can
Someone
go-
went to Woodman,
Okay.
and
That's
we
not
were,
bad.
we were like, "Does he have like some kind of crazy strat?" And it was just like, "No,
Nah, I
just
hit the wrong button.
honest mistake."
I wish I didn't feel like getting a life drop from the penguins was going to be so important to my strategy.
Oh dear. I'll invite this jerk. Flag laser, go! No! Failure. Intercepted.
One
And
guy
he
gets
gets
me
you.
every
You knew he was there, going in, and you took all the preparations you could, and he still got you.
Mhm.
Jerk.
He's mighty. No, he's been here for a long time. This is one spot that's away from guard. Alright. Yeah, Needle Man stage is far easier than Gemini stage.
But apparently, Needleman is random.
He's random, so don't miss your lasers, otherwise he'll be there forever. Like this.
Can you pause to cancel the laser? Or do you just have to watch it
I believe
go?
so. Go, watch it go. Alright, who dies first? Him or me? Oh, I shaped it. Inputs, please.
Oh,
Good
that's
news.
not good. Oh, the back. the behind.
Oh, you
No.
bastard.
So you just jump somewhere at the end of your slide. That's all you're supposed to do.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, make sure you're holding right so that you'll get a forward jump. And that's it.
Right. Yeah, I waited too long, and my slide ended.
I keep facing the wrong direction. You can't pause all the lasers out there, you're stuck with it. You bork it, you eat it.
Yep. I wonder how many failed runs we're going to get because of a runaway Gemini laser.
Just watch it go. Alright, let's go on the jump. Okay, cool. Alright, 6 minutes, folks. Let's bring it down from there.
I don't think anyone else has even seen Gemini Man yet, so you're looking pretty good, actually.
That's kind of reassuring. Also, penguins do a crap load of damage, so if you gotta take one or the other, take the fire. We're gonna. We'll help it go. That works too.
In my experience, penguins are far more deadly than fire.
2 1-ups. Screw it.
Jerk, dude, that robot gets me every time. I think I just need to turn around and
It's that one hole every
accept
time.
the damage boost.
You can't do that hole there. If you slide past that one, it just destroys you.
How am I
Wait for you.
forgetting that I have a slide?
It's faster too.
It's like, wait, really? Oh, look at that! So you go down and get that E-tank. Okay, yeah, you can get out of there.
Really screw that one up. Did it again. This time I made it. Oh! Barely missed it. It's a huge time loss.
But you do get to see the penguin, so...
Oh, that's so easy. Why am I making this hard? It's like wide open. You don't even like. I was thinking that I needed to jump at the very end of my slide, and it's not. You just jump like any time ever.
Right. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it's probably about at least a 16 pixel window that you need to hit, so it's not so bad at all. The real problem with it, though, is where you start your slide is going to affect where to jump out of the slide. So as long as you're consistent about where you start, you can get some pretty good cues.
God, it's so easy for days.
Alright.
Stupid Dave. Who invited him?
Oh, use Rush Marine. Maybe not.
No, maybe not. I won't lie, that's the first time I had to do that without Rush Marine, and it went pretty smoothly.
You can jump
With the
left,
lag.
and then...
Dear God,
turn
the
around.
lag.
But yeah, you can get out of there.
Oh no, I went too close. This is a loser bracket, so we're all... No, we all talk too much, don't play the game right, so... Get a lot of talk ads kind of thing.
That's right. This is a loser's bracket 4-way match, so only one person comes out of here still in the tournament. So
That's right.
Oh.
This is
Feel
pretty
the salt.
brutal.
Man. When you put it that way, it just makes me feel like there's better ways I could spend the next 5 hours.
Go left, pro tip. Oh, you jerks. Ah, there we go.
Thanks, Roguelink. So this is the first time that we've had Mega Man 3 on this show, and we were picking out Gemini Man and Needle Man, but I'm curious what levels you guys in the chat think would make good goals for SGL. I always liked Gemini Man stage because that first section that you saw these guys spending a lot of time practicing is really a really cool part of the speedrun. It's just a great section to do. And then there's just a lot of more interesting stuff. Some of the levels are kind of flat and there's not really much going on in them, but it's Gemini stage, you're all over the place. It's not too much ladder climbing, not too much flat sections. It's pretty evenly distributed, the kinds of things you do.
Digging through
do
the eggs is definitely a unique thing.
Yep, shooting the eggs, very important to do that part right. There is going to be a little bit of RNG because with all those egg things that spawn, many of them will be drops, and drops actually slow you down in this game, so a speedrun doesn't want to get random health refills, or random item refills if you have an item equipped.
I would say a revisit stage. Oh, nice bomb! Yeah, revisit stage would be a good thing for a run. Those things are pretty long and pretty tough.
Which one?
The revisits, the redux stages.
Yeah,
We go back. Oh,
those would
spoilers!
be
You
cool.
fight 4 bosses again, and the dock robots are a real pain in the ass.
Right, so there's two throwback bosses per stage, right?
No, it's 4. No, you're at 2. There's 8 total.
Yeah, there's 8 total, but they come in the 4 corners, and each of the stages has like a midway boss and then a final boss to it.
Yeah, I think Needle Man stage redux would be a real that'd be a thing.
Huh, that's one to
Might
look
be.
at. I only looked
That'd
at
be
the
cool.
initial set of 8.
That'd be a goal by itself.
Yep, probably would.
I don't even understand what these are. The sprites are so messed up.
Yeah, those are the
No.
penguins that get horribly glitched when you do the proto-minsk.
I
that's a
saw
penguin?
bosses. I always saw
I
Yeah.
gotta
bosses.
level with you. That doesn't look anything like a penguin.
No, it doesn't.
Capcom needs to
Well,
really
it was a
reevaluate what they're
penguin.
doing.
That's
It
one
was a
SGA
penguin,
is
and we did an amazing jump to skip Proto-Mans a bunch of time, and now it's not a penguin anymore.
yeah.
Mhm.
What's it called? Someone on SGA's avatar is that picture messed up. It's walrus versus penguin, because you can see both. If you see a penguin, you're good. If you see the tusks in the mouth, you see a walrus, so you can see it both ways. Or arms are ranged, one of the two. But
It looks like it's using parts of Snake Man's stage. Those big
Yeah,
snakes.
it's grabbing like garbage pixels and just throwing them together to try and do something. Nope, too close.
I wonder if Snake Man would be a good speedrun stage.
It's interesting. That's pretty. It's not straightforward. It's definitely like a lot of climbing and jumping around stuff.
Yeah, it is pretty interesting. There's if you get there with Rush Jet, it's kind of boring because
I was
Oh,
there
that's
first.
it.
yeah, you can go over a lot of stuff, and then the
I
whole
was just
last
Snake Man
part of
first,
it's a bunch
so.
of climbing.
Yeah, this guy slides a lot. Just don't feel like that's me.
We had someone at Best of Ness do some slides on one-tile blocks, and if they missed it, they died, like 3 in a row at the end of Snake Man stage.
Yeah, it gets pretty
Freddie
intense.
nailed them.
Hey, nope. Way too short. Wish I could save there. Just press the jump.
How hard are you guys finding the Proto Man skip?
Not too hard. Just. Oop. It's not a tight window. Just. You don't go to the edge of the screen. You get close to the edge and it auto scrolls for you. So you gotta find out where that magical spot is where you're not gonna go off the screen. You can start. Then just don't get jumpy. Oh man, that's a hole. Yeep. There we go. There we go. Yeah. All right.
And Sigma's save state for Gemini Man has, what, 4 bars of health? So he's having a rough go of it.
Yep, just trying to learn how to do it with low health. It was pretty easy with full health.
Curious. Nope. Also. So the snake does not hurt the eggs, so you can't like power them through them or cheat like that. Hopefully that worked. Well, she played. Oh, those bombs are the worst.
Good thing Rush Coil doesn't cost anything.
If you don't use it, it's free. If you jump
Wait.
on it, it takes 4 points off.
Call him down and say hello as much as you want.
Oh! Doesn't matter anyway.
Nothing's free in this game.
Oh no, I'm not paying for this ass kicking.
Feel it later.
Yeah, there's all the eggs and fire that you could ever want.
I guess the layer of hell is pretty generous.
And I'd feel so much more confident if I had even made it out of Gemini's stage ones.
Get to the end. I've done it. You can do it too. All your dreams.
Which of them?
The one about beating Neil Man.
I wonder if there's some crazy rush coil business that you can do on this first screen to take care of some of these really high-flying fire dudes.
Dude, having 2 pages of inventory makes this way more annoying to inventory.
A better way to do this. Yeah. Nope. Not enough help. Let's see. Maybe an interesting way to do this. Just add more lag to it when we put rush on the screen. Yeah, I think the dodge adds more lag to it.
Yeah, probably no go then.
Is the
Yeah,
E-tank gonna be like super important in the second stage, or
Not
is
really.
burning it in the first stage not that big of a deal?
I mean, you can, there's like one on the way in the first stage too. You can grab another one like right before you go up the ladder, past the water.
Hey guys, I just zipped.
Hey.
That was weird. Is that
You
something
did.
I should want?
You did zip.
Zips
Did,
it.
did we ban zips?
I mean,
I don't think it
we,
says
we
we
didn't
banned zips.
explicitly ban it. If you want to try it, go for it.
I
I feel
assume
very
it's a known
uncomfortable by what
thing.
happened. I don't even
I
know how to
assume
do
you
that.
Didn't just
I
find
want to
a new
reproduce
zip.
it. I want to reproduce
stress.
it now. Like, I'm willing to throw away this entire race just so I can reproduce
Anyone
that
know Mega Man
consistently.
Speedrunner? So we can see if there's
So,
actually known already.
I think I know how the zip works. It's been a long time since I looked into Mega Man 3, but if you're doing a slide and then get damaged by one of the tadpoles that you summon from the egg, then you should be zipped throughout the rest of the section.
Oh, I can reproduce that then. That's so straightforward.
I don't know. I was caught on tadpole before.
You need
wait
to
for a
be in a one tile space though.
Yeah.
It's
I
and,
totally see how to reproduce that.
yeah. What I remember from the speedrun, it's normally only done the second half of that first large slide.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I'm. That's where I
Sure.
experienced. I can't make it across that gap anymore. Sliding
Okay,
across
so-
a too wide gap is apparently non-trivial in this game.
If possible. Where's one shot short in that penguin?
Okay, well I guess I'll just set up for it, and if it happens, it happens. Because it doesn't look like I can reproduce sliding across the too wide gap very well.
No, it's that word again. Subpixels.
Yeah, Baron Haynes in chat, I believe, is the Mega Man 5 record holder. Lets us know that too wide gap slides are sub-pixel based. Fun.
Love subpixels.
Base subpixels.
They're some of my favorite kinds of pixels.
I like your sub pistols. I can dry with turkey and cheese.
I like them blue.
Like a blue. Oh, yeah,
so
stage for you.
This is pretty much my favorite game.
Yeah. Stupid penguin. Always one shot too less. Like. Oh, didn't get it. What a jump. That worked too. Oh, that's a lot of health.
If you're the kind of person who likes to watch 2 streams at once, the European Speedster Assembly stream just fired up a portable marathon.
I forgot about that.
I was asked to give commentary for that, but I told them no. SGL is more important to me, guys.
Thank you very much. Yes, for people who only like to watch one stream and are thinking, I really like portable games, in that case, forget I said anything.
Oh.
That went poorly. Not that, the I fight here. Oh god. All the M drops.
This game wanted to cut me some slack. I wouldn't be mad.
But you know, 8 things I can't pick up and there's lagging at my game. Ooh,
Are these dragonflies set in where they come on, like if they're left or right, or and as well as when?
They spawn at certain points and they react to you. So if you're at a certain location and the way you're going, they tend to come opposite your direction. And they go left, go hold on your spot, like your Y position, and try it again.
So they will come down vertically, and then when they reach your horizontal position, then they'll start flying across the screen. It's rather interesting to work around them in this level. I think they take 3 shots to kill.
Too many.
Wow. Sure.
This is a part of the level Third Blues is working on where you have to really learn how to bait the flies so they don't hit you. Kind of interesting recruiting problem.
Vinegar actually works really well.
Go with the source. Find your troublesome plant, put potatoes around it, every day to pull them off. Not strange, actually works.
I keep shorting all of my jumps. I'm not even having a hard time with the hard part, which is the flies or the dragonflies or whatever. I'm having a hard time with the fact that I keep not getting jump long enough to make these gaps.
Keep in mind also, there's a lot of lag there. Like if the fish bomb goes off on a block, that's 10 pixels, or 10 sprites. You have the flies coming down. My problem there is that I randomly hit a button and it says, nah, that's okay. Take this press off.
Yeah, I'm busy. I'm doing something.
Oh! What have I done?
Aren't I supposed to be good at platformers?
Well, you're good at platformers, you're not good at Mega Man.
The Mega Man's his own monster.
That's been proven by the fact that I have more I have more ROMs for Mega Man in my SGL folder than I do on my actual flash card.
Yeah, we haven't had too many of the Mega Men on the show, but I definitely remember Arthur Blues playing 6.
And 2. And the Game Boy.
Right.
I started doing SGL because I wanted to play new and fun games, not Mega Man.
Well, I think we got some... Well, I forget what I know what we're all going to be playing today, but I can't let you guys know.
Oh. Uh-oh. The Iceman stage is rough in Mega Man 1. Especially with instrumental velocity. Old school cap down. You're not jumping, you're falling. If you're falling, blink, you're gone. I should face left on doing that. There we go.
Bad Breaks in chat, giving speedrun advice. I never listen to Bad Breaks. Whenever he says something is easy or hard or whatever, his barometer is completely out of whack. He's like amazing at doing the most precise things. He's like, oh, no, it's not that bad. You just do the exact same thing every time, and it works. And everyone's like, no, it's not that easy for everyone.
Ah, it's sniped by a bug. No bug. Yeah, if you get off track in that jumping room, you stop very quickly.
Stop shooting at me, you jerks!
Edward just lies to himself and presses onward. That vein bulging, neck straining smile.
So easy.
Nope. Why do I jump for that guy every time? Whew. Oh god, good jump.
I don't think the boss room has any right to be this laggy.
Dude, it's 2 bosses. 2! Count them.
Yeah, and I'm just filling the screen full of search snakes.
Do they actually fire a Gemini laser at some point?
Yeah, second phase. You'll never see it if you do it right. In fact, as a kid, I never saw it and I do it wrong. You really banks that first phase is getting you. And it's like, oh, you're still here. Hey, how's it going?
Well, I technically killed the boss, which is the best type of killing the boss.
Mm-hmm. He did.
Well, the
Are you,
best type of killing the boss is the fastest killing the boss.
Get on it.
I don't know, have you ever had the odds stacked against you and it's just like, even though it was slow, it's so much more rewarding that you just survived the damn thing?
Like a regular video game.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a Let's Player would feel.
Damn. Don't blame RNG, you praise it. Praise the RNG.
I found a really cheap way to kill this boss, that's funny.
sequence.
If you come in with slightly more health than I have.
Alright. Pro tip, you're gonna get hit. You're on the right side of the platform.
That's a really cheap way to kill that boss. I love it.
Jag, you're killing me. No, got lag. Yeah, I would have died. I was right. It's painful. Ow. Ugh, that's terrific. Oh, it does. She's a snake right there. That's so stupid. It's perfect sense. Oh, you're dead.
A little over 19 minutes.
Slightly faster. 3 minutes to get Gemini Man's age.
Hey man, you can't make omelets without breaking some eggs.
Roots to crush the eggs with your iron heel. And kill the chickens that laid them. As an example to others. Oh, F1 music. Here we go.
Gemini Man's a jerk. So's his brother. I'm starting to get the distinct impression that these two guys are the same dude.
That's a crazy talk. Can't be two Gemini men. Can it?
Let's just move on.
Yeah. A little tough while you're at. Alright, do I have enough laser to kill this guy? We're about to find out.
Just don't miss.
Okay. That one minute improvement. Oh, the 512 is painful. I'm like, yes, the 512. This seems wrong. Again, do it faster. Faster, faster.
Yeah, this was an interesting one because there's a lot to learn.
Two shades especially.
It's also one of those things where you can throw in slides all over the place to go just a little faster. But you can't really add those in after you've already practiced sections because it throws everything off. So you kind of had to decide where and how much you were going to slide pretty early on in your practice.
Hate it. I did the thing. Kill me.
That seems like a relatively short stage that I'm going to mess up.
I mean, now let's go. Now I gotta practice all these stages all over again.
Yeah.
But that's what you guys were talking about. I hadn't been in this stage yet. It just Firing a Gemini laser seems like a really bad thing.
Yeah, randomly firing it? No. Don't do that. It's like 4 sprites
Firing it
together.
at all.
Oh no, it's good for... It kills a lot of things in one hit. But, yeah, it's basically 4 sprites put together that track each other. So, yeah.
The entire game just takes a break if you...
So I call the light laser.
Well, you don't want to miss.
Nap time.
Genius plan, go. Yeah. Okay, still gonna kill me. Okay. I was about that actually, but
There's Chelmy in chat. Mega Man 4 speedrun.
ooh.
That's soup.
He was stuck on phase 1. I saw it before. He was forgetting his brother was dead.
Gemini laser's expensive. Runs out early. See, that's cheating. The speedrun had magnet.
He's a top man guy. No, I'm kidding. Yeah. And the Mexicans are a real pain in the ass. You can't hit them until they shoot. And you can't dodge it afterwards.
Better see single block slides in Gemini.
Okay. Ah, board. Ah.
Good signals now also found his way to Needleman in about 6 minutes.
Why?
My strats are very different than Fast's. He goes into the final boss, needle boss with full health, whereas I go in with none. Different.
Yeah, well. Oh. Oh, jeez. Yep. And he's not on me. What a jerk. How dare he dodge all my lasers. Oh wow, I almost went through that fire somehow. That's weird. Is it a heck of a split or a rage quit? Hey! Hey-oh. Ah, snake.
I love that like every weapon we have available to us is useless against those Hammer Joes.
I don't know. Laser kill him in 2 shots or just 1? Or not at all?
It's 2.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
Laser eye shot just bounced right off of him. You can
You
shoot
can-
a laser.
But you
You
can't.
can only damage him after he throws
The eyes
the spinning ball.
He opens his eye, then he throws the ball. So while the eye's open, you can hit him.
Once his eye
Otherwise,
turns black, then you can hit him. Any other time he's invulnerable.
Dude, this meta.
Yeah, the mess in that one part. Oh,
the
God.
run that was linked to you guys was a magnet first.
Yes.
If you stay up in the chat with a Gemini first, which goes Gemini and then Leo.
What?
A bit late. Sorry about that.
I forgot about that. I forgot that Magna First was kind of like a recent revelation.
Does anyone have a link to that?
I just
Yeah,
posted
it's
it in the
Skype
script.
chat.
Okay, I'm gonna look at that instead. That would be cool.
I'll take a look now. What kind of got? Actually, let me look for the one thing. I want to see that the egg room.
Probably a little bit more relevant to this goal
Let's see what we got.
compared to the magnet first, because magnet just completely
Sure, that's
destroys
stage.
the first screen of Gemini. I don't remember how well it does in Needle.
They're in a dancing double there. What's that guy for a mascot?
Dude, this guy looks like he knows what he's doing too.
Oh, what a beast.
Why, he doesn't get hit by any of that stuff. How does he do it?
I'm not okay with this guy.
The
This
Dindy,
is
huh?
why you never try to learn your speedruns off of the guy off a task.
That's a nice strat. And he zips there. Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, that's pretty clever.
Tass is good at everything he plays.
Alright, let's have that before I get myself all frustrated. Oop, I screwed up. Damage! Heresy.
Now people have to decide with their last 7 minutes. Do they want to take another crack at the very first screen of
I just
Gemini
want-
Man, or do they
I
want
just
to
want to,
iron out
learn-
Beetle Man?
I just want to learn the egg room. The Needle Man
Yeah.
doesn't scare me. That's why I figured out the egg room better. Another way I would do it was stupid. The day the egg mines. Stupid robotic.
I wonder if the zip, like if you need to
Oh,
have an
shit.
enemy spawn out of the right egg for the zip to be consistent.
Mm-hmm. You do, so you have to be able to force yourself in that spot.
Yeah, so the way that Vson does it is he gets past the first long section where you fire off all the shots, get to the end part of the slide, and he fires a pellet and does another slide. The tadpole is moving left just far enough for him to get damage boosted, for the game to think he's in a wall and then zip into the
Right side. Very clever. See the walrus. See? See? Go Team Walrus. Oop, hang on. No. Why not face that way? You expect sub 4. You should expect death from us. Nope, too close.
Frantic typing from Mythical.
Yeah. No, it's all wrong. Supposed to be Shadow Man. No.
I wonder if I could get the gain low enough to get my audio, but not my keyboard.
Is your keyboard mechanical? That's why it's ever clacky.
It's not really clacky, but it's thumpy.
Yeah, having the microphone on the same surface that your keyboard's on is why that's
Oh yeah,
happening.
it's guaranteed thumping. Yeah. Oh no, can't do it again. Can't get the jump. I was doing fine before. It went through all the eggs. I shot and went right between the middle. Is that?
Ooh, W reflect in chat says, I can't imagine there's much strategy needed for this type of goal.
Alright, man. Come at me.
Trolls be trolling.
The strategy is less like, how do I beat this stage? You know, like a general strategy. I guess I mean more like tactics. Like people, they get to decide ahead of time, am I going to slide on these 2 block platforms or not? And they
That's
have to
easy,
figure
just
that out.
Get math, get holy. I mean, text is simple.
They can look at the zip in the egg section and be like, how hard is that? Can I do that? Can I count on being able to do that? Should I bother spending my time to learn how to do that? There's a lot of little decisions that have to be made in this hour.
Oh god.
I feel like this would be better if I were good at Mega Man games.
Not bad then, but having seen Duckfish play for years and use pizza and everybody else, like, yeah, you know that there's a limit. My friend bought Mega Man 9. I was playing it for him. It's like, oh, he's pretty good at this. I'm like, no, I've seen the world record holder. Like, I am not good at this.
I'll forever be casual at Mega Man. Whereas casual is code for not good.
Besides, that's Mega Man's Crayon Conquest anyway. Lily Penguin, your massive hit point bar.
Are you literally? Oh, my name's whatever that robot's name is, and I'm hard to avoid.
Oh god, Shotty Road. I made this room hard.
It seemed like that would be more scathing in my head.
The level strategies are definitely out there, but copying them in an hour is not easy.
All that damage. Worth the time. Where is it? Find it.
Callouts, dude.
Damn, we're getting shot down? Just call us out now. Cards? Yeah, okay. That's fair. I'll take cards as a criticism.
Just like sometimes you have to experience sadness to know what happiness really feels like. You have to experience bad games to know what a good game really is.
This game's very good. Just beats you up.
Yes,
Well,
this game
this
was
one
chosen. I'm just answering your question in chat. This game was chosen from a list of games, and it's a requirement that they have never speedrun this game before.
Game being good is very debatable.
Yes,
Man
that
3
is not
is
necessarily a requirement.
Oh, the game
Man
made it,
3
this game.
is
Mega Man 3 is a good one.
Guys will kill me.
it's either you like it or you hate
Pause.
it.
I think, like, compared to how bad it can get, I think Mega Man 3 is pretty good.
Yeah, it could be Mega Man 6.
Worst part about 3 for me is the constant lag everywhere, and there's really not too much you can do about it. So
Wow,
that's
don't
what
miss
makes
your Gemini laser, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I warned you about that.
Yeah, we found that earlier. At least it hit him eventually.
They freed the genie, not making a wish, just wanders around, does what it wants to. And they freed that damn arm cannon. Notification.
Well, yeah, Bad Breaks has noticed the end of practice here.
What?
No.
That was fast.
That was quick. That's right. That'd be it.
When is the final split?
We jump. If we run in the middle and jump up. So another thing to get a little time, try to kill the boss in the middle of the screen.
Easy to jump to the air.
Well,
And he jumps.
through save states, I ended up getting like a 520. So this is gonna probably be a world record, at least for this
Yeah, bet.
segment.
I got bad news, I got 520 the hard way. I gotta do it again.
Probably incoming world record. I don't know.
Alright, we on actual time now?
We're about to start,
Alright.
so make sure you get your script set up. Does everyone
Give
have
me
the
20
new
seconds
version?
to go get some water.
Okay, fine. So you guys all have the new version of the script that has the little colored square?
Oh dear.
Yeah, whenever you reset in the top right, you should see a little rainbow square.
Yeah, okay, got it. Cool.
So pretty. In the original script, I told Fiesel that the entire bar should flash all those colors. And then Fiesel said no.
No. Too much flashing colors. Not good for you.
Anyone here is TJ prone? Could be a thing.
Okay, I'm back.
Like, no joke serious. Like, when I run TGL, I warn people, like, flashing lights, be advised.
Yeah, that's true. There are just some games that some people can't speedrun without legit medical
Yeah, reasons. It's a real thing.
Off the Blues, could you give us a reset to make sure you got the rainbow square script in the top right corner?
Yeah, it's the rainbow one.
Okay, cool.
I got it. I mean, I
Are we
reset
ready?
to show
I think
you.
we're ready.
I think we're ready.
All right, guys, listen up. This is your host, Mythical9, welcoming you to SGL Speed Gaming League, the ongoing speedrun competition that combines skill, strategy, and fun. If this is your first time, here's how our mystery episode works. Our players are going to vote on a list of games. We give them a goal from their top picks. Then they just have 1 hour for practice each game before they try to give us the best runs they can in a series of 30-minute matches. So we're going to have 3 30-minute matches for you guys today. And with me, as always, is my co-host Fiesel. Who are our players today?
Well, our players today are Author Blues in the top left corner. How you doing, Author Blues?
I'm great.
I hear that Mega Man is your favorite game, your favorite series. Mega Man 3, your favorite game of that series. So you should be in a great, happy state of mind today, right?
It's a tie between this and every Chinese bootleg game ever made.
Awesome. Okay, cool. Well, our second player here in the lower left corner is Pac-Man. How you doing, Pac-Man? Oh, he's out to lunch. I should have waited to see if he's actually around. Alright, well, Pac-Man is there somewhere, believe me. He's
I'm here. Sorry, I had to walk away for a second.
Oh, hey, no problem. And top right corner, we got Ood Sigma. How you doing, Ood Sigma?
Doing good.
Good, excellent. And Seawolf is our fourth player in the bottom right corner. Hello, Seawolf. How are you this afternoon?
That was great, but I ran out of snakes, so I'm kind of sad now.
Oh. Out of snakes. Okay, well then, without further ado, we're going to get this match underway, and then I can explain a little bit about what's going on here. Are all 4 players ready to go?
I am.
Sure.
Alright, sounds good. Well, then I'm going to give you guys the countdown. In 3, 2, 1, go! And they're off. So, these players have had 60 minutes. They've had exactly 1 hour to learn 2 levels of Mega Man 3. They're doing Gemini Man stage and Needle Man stage. And they're coming in with Search Snake as their only weapon, and they have an E-Tank. And what they're going to do now is spend the next half an hour trying to get as good a run as they can of those 2 levels, so they can make as many attempts as they want within the 30-minute time span. Every time they finish a run, they will upload it to our servers, and our official timing referee Arcano is going to play that run back in the emulator and get the exact timing down to the frame. The exact times will then appear in this box at the middle of your screen right here, and at the end of 30 minutes, whoever has the best time is our winner. We're going to do 3 matches like this today between these 4 players, and basically the players will, each player is basically in a one-on-one match against every other player. That is 2 out of 3 matches to win. So we'll know after the 3 matches are over who beat whom. Because we're in the losers bracket of the tournament right now, the episodes that we're doing today are losers bracket episodes. Each of these players has already been eliminated once, so basically, only one person's going to walk away from today, as still in the tournament. So 3 out of 4 of these players are going to take their parting gifts and go, but one of these lucky players is going to continue on and possibly eventually make their way into the finals. Who knows?
Pressure is real.
So I don't think anyone really took to this game well. I mean, maybe the Theseawolf seem to be doing okay, but everyone seemed to be struggling with Mega Man 3.
That's up. No.
Right. Well, I deliberately gave them a tricky stage here for the first one. Needleman, I think, is a bit easier to deal with. But the idea is to give them a tough stage, a medium stage, and then to give them some pretty simple boss fights. They have the weapons that they need to take out the bosses pretty quickly. So I think really the only thing that can go wrong with those bosses is missing a Gemini laser on Needleman. For the most part, they should be seeing most of their effort focused on the first minute and a half of this goal, which is just getting through Gemini stage. The first minute, I would say. It shouldn't take too much longer than that. You'll probably see most of their time spent on this very first screen because of lots of things that can knock you back, lots of things that can create lag. This is one of the hardest parts of the goal to optimize, probably the hardest. What you saw going on Pac-Man's screen there just a moment ago was Proto Man skip. You can skip the Proto Man cutscene by just sliding through that screen transition and then jumping out of the slide to get down into that pit before it triggers the cutscene. So the game doesn't really check, the game doesn't really know where you are unless you're hitting the ground. That's probably not how it works. I think it's just that they set the trigger so that you have to be standing on one of those blocks in front of it to trigger the cutscene. So as long as you jump out of the slide and don't touch that area of ground right in front of the pit, then you'll get right through it.
Yeah, it's fairly forgiving. Like a lot of players were like, "Oh man, I don't want to learn this specific thing. If I don't skip this cutscene, I'm out a bunch of time." But then they found out actually pretty easy, pretty big window to slide.
Yeah, once you
and
kind of
jump.
understand it, it's almost hard to mess it up.
So that's not going to be where players get hung up today. This first blue ice crystal section with the penguins and the fire-dropping robots is a nightmare. Even if you're not getting knocked into pits, they're still generating tons and tons of lag. So you need to be kind of memorizing where they are going to appear so that your bullets are already across the screen and are right there to kill them as fast as possible before they dip down out of your way or before they start dropping fire. The other problem is these egg sections. You can get some random drops from some of these enemies, and it can take a while to fill up your meter while you slide through them that you don't necessarily want. I mean, I guess we've had some deaths already, so maybe some life refill isn't going to go astray. In fact, Author Blues is going to go out of his way to pick up a life refill there. And then there's this underwater section. Well, you don't want to be
How do I
underwater.
not turn around
actually.
right? Oh, the lag is real.
Ouch.
This game isn't
Good
really
death to Gemini Man.
that
I could not
easy.
face the right direction. Just would not take my directional inputs.
It's mostly because of the lag and partly because of the high damage that enemies do in this game.
You have to choose your hits.
Yeah, you really do. You'll see in the giant messed up penguin section that when the players run into the penguin, they just lose this gigantic chunk of health.
Yeah.
So they need to either get hit by a dragonfly to minimize that amount of health lost, or they need to just make sure they have enough health going in there so they don't die.
This section with the water and the dragonflies is very tricky. These bombs that go off kind of spike the lag and will change your timing on all of your jumps. And if you're not taking care to manipulate the dragonflies, they can end up in some really bad patterns. So there's a lot going on, and if you screw it up, you're probably going to fall into the water and die.
Yep, and no Rush Marine here to save you. Gotta go the high road.
Yay.
So predictably, we haven't had anyone get out of Gemini stage yet. Generally, Needleman stage is easier, and the boss 2
Like,
is not a
doing
big
that.
deal unless you miss with the Gemini laser. That's, I believe, is the Nadua laser, and you don't want that.
You don't want that to happen, no. I have a feeling we may see that in some of these runs. We
Yeah,
might.
that's why I didn't say what
Yeah.
happens. I would rather just wait for it to happen and point it out. But people are getting through this first screen.
I think we're about to see a boss fight here.
How many Gemini lasers can you have on screen at one time? Is it only one?
One.
One.
Just the one.
Uno.
Which
So
is
for
why
us,
it's really
several
awesome if you
second
miss.
boss.
It's a really cool game.
Looks like Mega Man is weak against Gemini.
Ow.
Mega Man's weak
That's
against
right.
everything. I don't think anything in this game does anything less than 3 damage.
The tadpoles do 1.
Okay, a weak little tadpole.
Right,
Helplessly.
the enemies that are essentially just item drop fodder will do 1 damage to you.
Everything else, look out. It's always tough with these Mega Man games because we've had them on the show before, and usually we point out that we try to create goals of a certain length for the show. The works makes sense for an hour, and Mega Man stages, if you just throw one in, it's a little short. You know, I mean, maybe just Gemini could work because it's such a tricky stage, but we want to throw in a little more gameplay there, and so you either have to go with 1 stage, which is a little shy, or 2 stages, which puts it into the definitely some of our longer goals. And so with a hard game like Mega Man, you can end up with some really tricky goals. And this is not going to be one of those ones where everyone finishes a run right away and then they spend the rest of their time improving it and ironing out and shaving frames. This is probably going to be one of those ones where people are just trying to get through it a little bit, you know, trying to make it happen. And I won't even be surprised if we see a DNF. But let's hope. Let's hope not. Let's be positive. I think everyone.
No, you jerk!
Everyone is definitely capable of getting a run on the board in these 30 minutes.
I believe in our
Lose
players. I
tagged
think
by
they
a
can do it.
track.
Yeah, you're right that this is a bit on the long side. Anytime we have 2 stages of a Mega Man game, it's going to be kind of on the long side, which is one of the
Oh, no,
motivations
it's lit.
for making the boss fights as short as we can by giving them the boss weakness weapons.
Yeah, bosses can be pretty random sometimes. I don't think these bosses would be too much of a problem if you had to work without their weakness. But the last thing you want is a random Mega Man boss that you can't just explode in a couple seconds with their weakness.
Well, yeah, usually the bosses alone are a big challenge in these games, and in all the classic Mega Man games, and it's probably too much to be asking these guys with just an hour of practice to master a difficult stage, another stage and 2 boss fights that you actually have to do some work for.
Especially because deaths are not very friendly in Mega Man games. There's
Pretty bad.
a mid-stage checkpoint and a boss checkpoint. But so many things do so much damage, not to mention all the instant death pits, that you don't want something that you kind of have to die your way through for health refills.
Game is totally fair all the time. That's what I love about it.
Alright.
Pazzy
So
in chat
eerie
has
not
got
having
no
any
faith.
music.
No faith.
Yep, he thinks there's going to be one run. It's going to be some 5-minute time, and that's it.
Oh. 5 minutes would be pretty accurate, but should get more than one run.
Dude, that jumping room is rude.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
So you guys think Mega Man 3 is harder than Mega Man 2, huh?
I played 2, so I can tell you. I mean, I played casually. I think as a game, it's harder.
harder
Like,
than 2.
3 is
overall,
harder than 2? I
harder
believe
game.
that it is, personally.
I think so.
Especially when you're talking speedrunning, Mega Man 3 is great because it has this slide option. So for a show like ours, it means players can kind of pick and choose where they want to slide to gain time in little spots all over the stage. And the reason you wouldn't do it everywhere is because you could get yourself into some pits pretty easily with the slide if you go crazy. And it's not the easiest thing to get the hang of anymore. So that's normally really great, except everyone is struggling with just the difficulty of the goal that I think everyone's kind of feeling uncomfortable about throwing slides anywhere other than these big open spaces.
Alrighty.
Yeah, if you think you're gonna see any single tile slides.
Yeah, not from these guys. Most people are opting to go right over 2 tiles, too.
So as Chelny has pointed out, there's something about Mega Man 2 makes it much harder in that the speedrun itself has to do all kinds of crazy zips. So many zips, all of it very unobvious stuff. And it depends really how far you want to take it. Doing the task crash would probably be harder than anything that you would be doing in Mega Man 3, but I don't know, what's the standard for, what level of play are we talking about when we compare these games?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you can do that about any speed game. The easiest level of play or the most casual level of play at Dark Souls is easier than the hardest level of play at Super
Laser,
Mario World.
please.
No.
Oh.
Oh, fuck.
Mega Man 3,
Oh,
all
yeah.
about lag reduction. I could see that. This stage, well, this particular goal seems to be very much about lag reduction here.
If it's not about staying alive, Needleman claims Pac-Man's life there, but it looks like he's going to keep going to get it. Nope, he's going to reset. He's not happy with a late 5, early 6-minute time. Meanwhile, Seawolf getting through Needleman's stage as well. I believe these are the only 2 times we've seen the stage so far.
Yep.
Oh,
Just
yeah,
that
that's
Gemini laser just doing what
Out
it
of
wants.
control Gemini laser. Just doing its thing.
Total it takes 2 shots. Alright, here we go. Come on, jerk.
It looks like he's got just enough to 4-hit Needleman here.
Nailed it.
Not taking any chances, just gonna do point blank shots, no banking off the wall.
And there it is, under 5 minutes.
Yep, 4:54, there it is. Well, we got a
Top
run on the
5.
board.
Take that,
The
chat.
spread.
Now something for you guys to chase here.
Get an idea of what you're working with.
It's in there. Here we go.
Yeah, early on, the Seawolf was one of the only players to reach Needleman stage during practice. And I mean, obviously, you can use your practice time however you want, and maybe you want to make sure you've absolutely nailed the first level before you move on. But it did seem like the Theseawolf was taking to this game faster than the others. And this is the kind of game where you're not going to bump into that ceiling of top-level play in an hour.
No.
Everyone's going to be getting better and better and better over the course of this hour, and so the person who gets better faster is going to have that huge advantage. Well, I mean, it's an advantage inherent to their ability to play the game, so it's totally fair to judge their abilities that way on this competition. But it's man, how do you overcome it? Someone's just gets the hang of it more than you do.
Yeah, that's...
Well, we got Oth going into the second stage here, and he's got splits that look about equivalent to Seawolf, so looking pretty nice so far.
Jammed up there. Get out of the way, Ted.
We'll see the Gemini laser get a bit of use here to kill these porcupines.
Oh god.
We've got a couple enemies along this section that require multiple hits. You can't just blast right through them unless you use some sort of special weapon, maybe Shadow Man's weapon or something. So they have to actually make a bit of a trade-off here between wasting menu time and getting the added advantages of using some of the weapons they have. It is a bit of a time loss to go into the menu. Anytime they have to go into the menu to switch items, it's going to lose them a couple seconds, so it has to be worth it. It will, of course, be worth it to fight the boss, so that means going into the boss, you're probably going to be equipping that Gemini laser early.
Oh man, the
Fumble.
Stomper chases Author Blues down. And of course, those things are famous for doing way too much damage at the end.
If I had been smart, I would have just hesitated that extra fraction of a second for him to jump the other direction.
Yeah. I did not know that he could flip his direction that quickly. Like I thought like he picks the spot where you are much further before that. I didn't realize he was so quick to react like that.
No, he bopped me every time in practice until one time I was like, hey, if I just, hesitate for a moment.
The reason why the Stomper did that was because the Blues switched sides right before the Stomper decided where he was going to jump.
Right. There's a couple spots where I think the fastest option is to just damage boost right through the Hammer Joes. Just slide under their things, run right into them, and keep going. And combined with all the needles and a couple of the mets where you can take some damage, you don't usually have a whole lot of health to work with, so that Stomper bringing you way down. Hopefully you can avoid getting hit even once, and then you have some health, some leeway to work with for Needleman. But it's looking like everyone's probably going to be taking at least one hit from that Stomper, and so you start to ask yourself questions like, maybe I could deal with these Hammer Joes in another way. How do I preserve my health so that this Stomper doesn't just take all of it from me?
I'd like to say that I think what really went south in this run was the fact that I was ashamed to go into Gemini Man with so little health, so I had to use my E-Tank way early.
Yeah, you can take so much damage so quickly that you might be like, I'm gonna wait and see if I really need to use the C-Tank. And then,
it was the first time I had made it to Gemini Man. I was like, no, I'm not dying to him.
Yeah, that's true. But you can get caught. Like, I'm gonna try to wait and use it, and then, those hits were doing 4 damage, not 3, and now I'm dead before I even get to use the E-Tank. Nobody wants that.
Got him. Sneaky little bugger.
It's
I don't like the Proto Man
Man.
skip because all the music's weird.
That's true. Mega Man famous for its awesome music, and the Proto-Man skip totally borks it. You get this weird silence.
Then you get these
It's
glitched
very
out penguins.
natural. Yep.
Sacrifices must be made.
Well, we got some comparison videos up, all 4 players being compared against the time that Seawolf has submitted, the 4:54. Now, of course, these other players don't necessarily have to be gunning for Seawolf's run. I mean, right now, his is the only run on the board, so having anything at all is going to put them in second place. So that's not too bad for a goal in which we might not have everybody finish. So being on the board is a good thing.
But as we mentioned before, this is a loser's bracket match, and that means only one of these players is going to come out of today still in the tournament. So, you know, you really don't want to. You want to take every win that you can get, but at the same time, you don't want to stretch yourself too thin and come up with nothing.
I'm uncomfortable by the amount of time left in this goal.
Yeah, 9 minutes left on the clock here.
Just slow.
All right, Ood Sigma coming into the boss fight here.
Well, I haven't finished a run yet, but let's play twice as aggressive.
Yeah.
We got him.
Oh,
Sigma
we got runaway
takes the
laser.
spot. Oh, we got a new dual laser. There it goes. Look at it,
Thought it was
bouncing
gonna hit.
around, lagging the game, not doing what it needs to do. But he survives.
A run's a
He
run's a run.
survives. Yes. So Sigma moves into second place with a 5:17. You know, not it's even with that mishap, it's still a decent time. So
Yeah,
it's
I
not
managed to
a free second place run if you can finish your run. You are gonna have to come up with something at least decent.
A logistic question I never thought to ask: does the timer on here, is it based on frames or is it based on wall clock?
Frames.
So doesn't lag not count against you?
No, lag counts as frames.
Oh, does it?
Uh-huh.
Okay. I guess I don't understand how lag frames work.
Hit him. Hit him.
A lag frame is a frame in which no input is taken from the controller. So it still counts as a frame in the movie, but any input that you press during that will get ignored.
Okay. Today I learned.
Okay.
Here on SGL, we seek to educate.
Zarnax has pointed out that no one's really opting to get some of these other E-tanks, especially the one in Gemini Man stage. That obviously is going to waste time, but it's going to drastically up your consistency in completing these runs. And it's not going to take too much time to grab it. But it's, I mean, you have to have a really good idea of what your time is going to be compared to the Seawolf's new 4:48 time,
448, look at that.
and
That is 40.
and with
Oh.
Sigma's 5:17. Like if you think if I'm probably going to end up with like a 5:13. So if I go for this E-tank, I'm probably going to end up with a run that's slower than in Sigma's anyway. Maybe you don't go for it. But if you're thinking I can pull off like a 4:50, maybe the E-tank starts to look like a pretty good option.
Oh, terrible drop.
Oh man, all that lag. Seeing all 4 people in that first part of Gemini Man stage made me think there was something wrong with my computer. Just because everything was just really dropping frames all over the place.
Yeah, all 4 streams have been replaced by the same stream. That's what happens when one goes down. It just auto replaces it with another one. So it's like you had the same stream 4 times, also lagging and dropping. Actually, it's funny that you mentioned it, because just now a lot of my streams froze. So hooray for me.
Oh, that's too bad. They're still looking okay over here.
Yeah, we're fine. It's just me.
Seawolf's
If
new
this
run.
game wanted to let me finish a run, I would not begrudge it one bit.
You should have told it that at the start of the match. I'm getting down
Hey,
to
you want to
5
stop
minutes,
hitting me, you
that's-
idiots?
the frogs going back up the stairs to claim just a little bit more of Author Blue's health. It's not easy to get through the Gemini Man fight without taking a couple hits. They're all over the place, and if you try to play it safe, your search snakes are probably going to miss, and then they're going to be lagging the game, wandering all up over the walls. You don't want that. So he takes the E-Tank, plays it nice and aggressive, finishes him off quick, using the Needle Man stage. Seawolf looking at a big green split as well on his possibly third completed run here.
I'm not there yet. Don't jinx it.
Yeah, that's the ultimate jinx. Sorry about that. Maybe meanwhile, pointing out Sigma has not completely got this Proto Man skip down. I've seen him reset a couple times for missing that skip. And now that we're down to 3 minutes and 40 seconds, it's getting to the point where if you reset, you are only going to have one run that can get to the end.
No pressure, though.
Tadpole, I swear to daddy.
Alright, no pressure, but Author Blues is probably the man to watch right now. Seawolf right behind him.
Damn it.
Author Blues gets it.
Whoa, nails it.
Really
That's
fast
ahead of
on Needle Man.
446.
So
Alright, I'm gonna, like...
perfect timing on
I've-
on you.
I hate this game so much.
So you're not even gonna go in for another run.
Not even enjoying it. Oh, alright, I'm going for another.
There we go.
But the Seawolf
Good man.
shaves 6 seconds off of his run
Oh.
and maintains his lead.
Ooh, you're beautiful, Seawolf. You're
Brutal. I apologize.
so beautiful.
But both you guys have time for one more run.
There we go.
And obviously you're both capable of putting on some competitive times. So
That's the 2 bad lasers too. I could have been a lot better.
that's true. You were going to that boss minus 12 and you finished at minus 7. So 5 seconds right there.
Pure laser.
Bill, could you read out what I put in the Skype chat while I time these?
Oh, shit. Wow.
So Wood Sigma fired the 4th laser at the frame 18,208, and it caused a lag frame every other frame, causing a total of 101 frames of lag. Didn't fully leave the screen until 330 frames later. So in about 6 seconds, it wasted like 1.5 of lag, I think is how I'm
Mm-hmm.
reading that. Yeah, the
That's
missed
alright.
laser is brutal. And if you don't have a lot of health, it's not, you can't go nuts on Needleman, right? You need to keep your distance, you can't Just
The
get right
needles are
in there
about-
to the point blank.
Heals are 4 damage, but himself, like boss, when boss touches you in this game, it's like 8 damage. It's stupid.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of damage. So
My
if you don't
strat is
have
to
a lot of
take
health,
so much damage in the first room that when the game starts giving me drops, it takes pity on me. And it's like, here, man, you need some help.
is Mega Man one of the games that does that? That influences
no
drops
idea.
based off of your
All right.
resource counts?
I gotta interrupt you guys. Sorry.
Yes.
This is time for last call. Last call for resets, guys. Last chance.
Sounds good.
And no more resets past right now.
So we got 2 fresh runs from Author Blues and Seal, who both got some pretty good times, so they're looking for something real good to move forward with. Meanwhile, with Sigma continuing on through this this first section, getting to Proto Man, nails the skip. He was having a bit of trouble with that, but not this time. And meanwhile, Pac-Man is on Needleman stage here, and he's making a side trip for this E-Tank due to his health. He knows the Stomper is going to be in big trouble. Not to mention these Hammer Joes. Making careful not to take too much damage before he uses the E-Tank. Oh, I was talking about that earlier. How you try to stretch it just a little bit, and then, wait, he hits for 4 damage, not 3. Oh, that is it. That is it for Pac-Man. So he has his 526 on the board, but that is the slowest time. So
I refuse to continue this on principle. Refuse on principle.
What principle? What happened? I missed it.
Busted up some of the wrong blocks in the egg room and just could not make it through. I just refuse.
Man, completely frazzled is Author Blues here. He's okay with second place. That's probably why this is okay for him. You know, if he was looking at fourth place, maybe his principles would not be so strong. But second place on a game he was really struggling with, he's happy with. Though Sigma, you know, his run's still alive, and his time is not that far behind, so second place is not locked in.
Nope. Bug suplex. It's over.
Sigma trying to go fast.
Ooh.
It's tagged by a dragonfly. So we
Theseawolf
got
into
one
the
live.
drink.
Yeah. Using the E-Tank, don't want to lose this run on Gemini Man. He's got a -5, that's pretty healthy. Ooh, almost missed with those 3 Search Snakes. Decent fight, probably going to be coming out of here. Big green split.
Take that, stupid dog.
But he's gonna need more like 30 seconds here to catch
I
the
just
other
received
two.
a really great idea. I'm just gonna start speedrunning all the Mega Man games so I can start vetoing them.
Looks like Good Sigma going into Needleman. Some pretty nice green numbers. He's got a fair bit of time to have to gain on Author Blues to be able to move up a place, but he could do it.
He also does not have an E-Tank to work with.
I forgot my images. Which was this? Oh, here you go. That works.
I did.
Oh, he does. He picked up the extra. Okay. Nails the hit on that net. A lot of people were having trouble hitting that net, so they would have to run underneath him and curl back around, but the timing for killing those in this game in particular is pretty tight. Ooh, Needle's giving him some trouble. There's going to do a laser for you, so he's going to have to damage boost through the Hammer Joe. Can he take a hit from the Stomper? I believe he can. There it is. But there's no way he's going to get Needleman down in 1 second, so it looks like he is going to stay in third place. But let's see if he can pull out a new PB here. There's the Nadua laser. There it goes. Yep, yeah, he jumps over it. Of course he does.
Yeah, I do.
But minus 5 seconds there at the end. Solid run from Sigma, and that is the end of our first match. I know everyone is feeling strongly one way or the other about their matches, but I think everyone did a really good job. And if you are feeling salty about that, it's definitely time to shake it off, because you need to jump into a new mystery game. And I'm not sure which one we're going with next, actually, so I'll leave it to Feasel to blow your minds with the next game reveal.
Sure thing. Mind will be blown in just a moment. I'll give these guys a moment to just take a break, rest their hands up for a second while I set this next one up.
I'd consider it a favor if the next game didn't blow my mind.
I need my mind right now, actually.
Mega Man gets me so frazzled, I can't help it, dude.
Up next, To the Earth.
I know exactly what you're talking about, actually. When Mega Man 2 was in the Big 20 race, I was playing it, and I realized, like, I was just very stressed playing it. I would practice it for an hour, and even though it's not hot outside, I'm like sweating a little bit, and my heart rate's up, and it was something about this game. There's something pure about it, I think. The way it controls and the way it's kind of regarded as in games as well as in speedrunning. The game just begs you to play well. It begs mastery. And so when you can't deliver for the game, which is a little weird, but when you fail to deliver what the game is asking for, it feels bad. It feels bad, man. And,
It's just one of those games that's so punishing for even the smallest mistake, which is the big problem.
Yes.
Oops, you dodge left, there, right. Okay, spikes. Yep. No. Oh, that fly's coming on the screen. Yep, tap you once. Hole. It's like, done. I'd say Mega Man 1's worse in that regard, because when you fall off the Mega Man 1, you just fall. Like, at least 2 and 3 can catch yourself, maybe. 4, you have the wire, balloon. Like, for Mega Man 1, you fall off an edge, like, not jumping, you just go down.
Alright, are you guys ready for this next round here?
Sure.
Very good. I will set the...
An hour show.
Don't feel like I'm really being given a choice. Question was a formality.
You would like it.
Yes, you are. That's the question. Are you ready? Yes, you are.
Oh, yeah. Rich Carlton. The answer is yes. Now what's the question?
Okay, well, I'm going to post it. And the game is Wizards and Warriors.
Silence from 3 players.
Oh,
and,
right.
and from the 4th.
Look,
That's
I do my voting exactly the same way every time because I learned how this works, okay? I put all the games I know right in the middle. I put any game I don't want to play at the bottom. I put any game that I'm willing to stomach at the top. And I put this one at the
This
top.
game was not at the top.
It was
No, this one.
For him
This
it
one
was.
was in my top third.
Okay.
See, I made the mistake the first few times I did SGL. Any game that I already knew, I just put it at the bottom of the list. But no, you got to save that space for the real crowd.
What?
So
Alright.
everyone's going ahead and downloading the necessary resources and switching over their emulators to Wizards and
Alright.
Warriors.
Look,
The tips on this is ridiculous.
Reload. Flashes of Warriors. A door, quick door, make the door.
I didn't like that at all. I loaded a different save state. Loaded, but
There's lots of tips here in the tip section, so be sure to read those. Because this game at first, the first impression this game makes, it's goddamn inscrutable. When I fired this up for the Big 20 without looking at any videos or anything, I just fired it up and was like, what am I getting into here?
Oh, it's the King Bat.
I was,
Oh, man.
I was intimidated and scared and confused, and we don't want you guys to deal with those feelings in this first hour. We want to give you guys as much info to go off of as you can. So the idea basically is to collect 100 gems and then collect the right key you need to get through the door. 100 gems is to bribe the knight who's guarding the way. I don't know why he wants gems. I don't know who he works for, but he's there, so you gotta deal with him.
First tag spot. Alright.
It looks like you guys are starting with both the Feather of Featherfall and the Potion of Levitation.
Yes,
so
they are.
Levitation,
that is
feather,
going to
and
differ
the-
from typical routes.
Right. I listed the map there. I gave these guys the map, and that shows where the keys are that they need to get. And you should also be able to see what's in each of the chests. If you pick up a chest that contains an item that you already have, that chest will instead be gems. It'll give you 21 gems. That's going to be very helpful. You're probably not going to go out of your way to get the feather chest. That one's kind of out of the way. But the Potion of Levitation chest is going to be gems. So get that, probably. I think that's going to be right along your route. But yeah, the gems
That
are the
means
fastest way to get... Or chests are the fastest way to get gems, right?
Yes, huge amounts of. Also, I lied. I think I said 100, but I think it's 150 gems for the stage.
It's 100.
It is 100. Okay.
800.
So 21 is a lot of 100. I mean, last I checked, it's about 21%.
Approximately 21% of 100, yes.
Yeah. So that's going to change where you go to collect your gems, and that means you can't just copy the speedrun if you want to go as fast as you can.
Well, you
But
can, because the speedrun
you can
for any
mostly
percent does go through this level in that state. So this is basically equivalent to the any percent runs level reuse glitch. You use
Right.
a glitch to warp from level 5 back to level 1 again. And you replay levels 1, 2, and 3. And this level happens to be on that second playthrough, so you already have a bunch of items that you wouldn't normally get when you came here the first time.
So that video has basically exactly the route we're interested in.
I believe if you look at the any
Yes.
percent run, it should have exactly the route you're interested in.
But make sure you find the second time the level comes around. It is a bizarre glitch that lets
Yeah.
you replay the earlier levels to beat the later levels of the game. So I can understand why it would be confusing. But this would be the second to last level in the speedrun of the any percent level.
Yeah, I've been trying to get this game onto the show for a while, but a lot of people were involved in the Big 20, and the first Big 20 that also happened to do SGL, and this is a game that we just keep getting conflicts for because people know it.
That and it doesn't do so great in the ratings.
Yeah, it depends. Some people are really against it. I'm not sure. It's not really a scary game, but yeah, no accounting for taste, I guess.
It scares me. It can scare some people.
This one I probably took the most affinity to after learning it for the Big 20 number 1. That and Mega Man 2, which we were talking about how Mega Man 2 is, so frightening or so daunting or whatever, but it's, I don't know, I took to that right away. I really enjoyed playing, I really enjoyed learning to speedrun that game. I thought it was a lot of fun. And this one as well. I went on to do record attempts of this after playing it in Big 20 number 1.
Anyone have a link to that any percent?
Link to which?
The any percent?
Any
run?
percent
Well,
run.
no.
I thought it was in the description. I'll go grab it just a second.
Alright, keys.
Yep, there are keys. I believe you need the blue
Red and
key
pink.
to get the pink key, and then the pink key to get through the door.
That's right. You need, yeah, you're going to get the blue key. That takes you in the blue door. The blue inside there is the pink key, and that takes you to the exit door. Yeah, that's pretty much the way the game enforces sequencing within the levels. There's usually one key that's available out in the open, and that takes you into a restricted area where the key for the next area is, and you go into that area and get the key for the next thing. This one only has 2 stages of that. You just get one key and then another key. But there are up to 3 keys in each of these levels.
Yeah, you up there.
You'll notice that they're opening up these treasure chests even though they don't have the key that's needed to open them. So each of the keys can open some of the treasure chests. The treasure chests are color-coded the same way the doors are. But because they have this item called the Boots of Force, one of the best general-purpose items in this whole game, it allows them to open treasure chests just by kicking them. You just walk up to them and press the select button and get whatever's inside.
That's boot.
So Pac-Man has picked up the blue key, not the red key. The blue key, I think, doesn't do anything for you in this route. I think there's another area that you just don't need to go to that requires the blue key.
Oh, that's right. I misspoke earlier. I said the blue key was the one you wanted, but it was the red key.
Yeah, it's the red key which leads you into the red room, which gives you the pink key, which leads you to the boss.
Yeah, there's no consistency. You know, in something like Doom, for example, typically, you know, you get the red or blue first, and typically you get yellow last. But Wizards Warriors mixes it up all the time. No key is generally the last key.
It's pretty random.
One of the other benefits of coming in with these items is you have the axe instead of the knife. The knife of throwing, I believe, is your throwing thing. The axe has some other name. Axe of Ugor or something? I don't know.
I forget.
It's
The axe of axidicity.
Yeah, axe of chopping.
The axe
And
of chopping.
it does some more damage. And I think Dark Tarek seemed to think that it actually has a bit of a different feel to it in terms of how it moves, but
I don't know
maybe
about that.
that's-
It might.
Yeah. But yeah, that will do a bit of extra damage. And I think you would kind of have to get creative in order to really make use of that extra damage. But...
Yeah, another thing that you can get, which you may not see in this this goal here, is you can get multiple axes. There are axe upgrades, axe or dagger, depending on what projectile you have. And one of the upgrades will increase the length of your throw, like how far you can throw it. And another one will give you multiple axes or daggers at once. I could see it speeding up this fight with the bats right here.
I get the distinct impression I am not navigating this stage very well.
Something to be aware of is that anytime you're standing on a ledge, you can start holding up, and it'll cause your character to float up in the air. So there are some jumps that you can make by doing that you wouldn't be able to make otherwise. So if you see a ledge you're trying to jump up to that you can't quite reach, try to levitate a little bit before you do it. It's the combination of the Potion of Levitation and the Feather of Featherfall that really give you a lot of options for your movement. There's actually a lot of movement tech just as a result of using different combinations of those and different heights to your jump, and using the fact that when you land from a jump, you can sort of slide off the edge of a ledge and jump again, and sometimes be able to reach stuff that you wouldn't be able to get to if you were to just start your jump from a run. So there's some weird little things about the mechanics that make the platforming very technical.
Especially the damage boosting. That is super technical and
Well, that's pretty hard, yeah, because
a little more finicky than speedrunners would like, definitely.
It's pretty finicky. The enemies Their spawns are sort of random. They're on a timer. Well, there's like a timer that's going, and when the timer hits certain points, that's when an enemy can spawn. But it sort of depends on what other enemies have spawned and which things you've killed and which you left alive. And then which way the enemy moves. I believe it's all predictable. It's based on where you are, but it's very tough to control. And then landing on the enemy, you have to land so that your heel hits the enemy, or someplace just a few pixels behind your heel. It's not even exactly within your sprite that your spot that you want to jump on enemies is. It's kind of hard to explain. Another thing that adds a lot of technique to this is that you can collect gems with your projectile weapon. So not only do you run into gems to collect them, but you can also snag a few as you're going past just by throwing your axe at them. And so a lot of routing goes into deciding how to get the gems so that you don't have to go out of your way to get them. And sometimes when you hit a gem with your axe, it'll go through it, and sometimes it'll bounce back, and that's all about how you hit it, what part of the sprite you hit it at.
Evil's the boss's health.
Evil is the boss's health, yeah, and it says evil all the time. The game constantly says evil, whether there's a boss around or not.
So don't feel bad. These are all bad guys.
Yeah, for this boss fight, yeah, it's evil. So yeah, they want to remind you that you're not fighting against good or morally ambiguous creatures. Pure evil.
I don't know. This bat is like, you don't need a meter to tell you that this bat is evil.
It is evil, and it's the worst death in the game. Pretty much anywhere else you die, even if you die and continue, you start from exactly the spot that you died at. Not a checkpoint, not the beginning of the level. Like, literally where you were standing is where you start again. Except that bat. That bat sets you back all the way to the beginning of that bat cave, so it's probably about 15 seconds just walking back over there again. So it's the worst death you can get in the game.
It's also a tricky fight.
It is a tricky fight.
If you don't have enough health, basically, with tanking, then you have to be really precise.
Right, yeah, you probably want to go in there with enough health so that your health is between the F and the E. You want your health to be covering the two slashes below the F. So the boundary between the F and the E is where you need your health to be, that or more, to be able to do the fight safely. You can get away with one less than that if you take a risk on the last set of ghosts that appear after you kill the bat.
Right, I think
a reminder, it's 3 stages.
So there's some technique for fighting this. I can't remember who it was that found it. It wasn't me. It was probably Terex that found this. But you can use the levitate to kill all those small bats. So once those bats approach you, just hold up and levitate off the ground and face left, and the bats will. And then just throw your axe a bunch of times, and you can kill those bats pretty quickly. They'll probably hit you, but you will at least take out all the bats with one hit stun period. Oh, Theseawolf's fighting with the one errant ghost. I know that feeling.
I mean, bad memories of Chris.
Yep.
But this 15 minutes in, we've already got people getting to the boss, finishing it off. So this is going to be a much more optimized run than we saw with Mega Man 3. Of course, being shorter definitely helps.
Are you trying to suggest that maybe my Mega Man 3 run wasn't perfect in every imaginable way?
Hey,
it was pretty good, though.
Yeah, at the beginning there was predictions that it was going to be 1 terrible time and 3 did not finish. And we actually had all 4 people finish runs, and several people finished multiple runs. I think that you guys exceeded expectations by a lot. And the times were pretty close to each other. It's not like it was minutes apart.
Well, don't underestimate us just because we're in the losers bracket. Who's the loser now, Dad?
It's all coming out.
Oh, I forgot the key.
Okay, so something you guys may or may not have figured out yet. So if you fall too far, when you hit the ground, you'll have a little bit of a stun before you can get up again. You can see that your character has fallen too far because he'll go into this, like, falling on his butt animation. And you can stop that just by tapping up on the D-pad. At some point, that resets your fall distance You don't have to float for very long, but you just tap up on the D-pad at some point before you hit the ground. Just so you can hit it cleanly. Yep. Good to not lose time to landing on your butt.
If you do get to this bat boss, and you don't have enough health to do it quickly, you can fight him without getting hit. It is very slow, and I'm actually wondering now if it's so slow that you might be better off just dying.
Just
But
take
you
a death
can-
from the first
Yeah,
bat.
you can jump around and do like a figure eight pattern and tag him with the axe and the tip of your sword as you jump around.
Right, yeah, once it's just that one big bat left over, you make him go in a figure eight. You just, he comes at you, you jump over him and hit him with your projectile, and then he spins around and you're on the other side, and you just keep repeating. It works. Another thing you might do, if you're just a little bit short on health, there's a bit of cave meat just above where you go into the boss room. Not in that final little part of the cavern, but just before that,
Oh, that guy.
if you look
That makes sense.
some spot up off the top of the screen where you can pick up a lamb leg.
Is there a secret I'm not understanding about killing this big bat with kicks?
Just take it.
Alright, it looks like you got the first part right, but let me see. Trigger this next guy.
I mean,
Oh, you
I
know-
messed up this round, but
Yeah, well, the one thing we did not explain is you cannot hit the boss while you are flashing from having taken damage. So that's probably really frustrating when you don't know what's going on. You just feel like you're not hitting him for some reason.
that's going to be inconvenient.
Yep. Another thing that bat boss might do is while your iframes are happening, while you're still flashing, the boss might get on top of you, and sometimes you'll see the boss kind of oscillate side to side far enough that you can kick him, and sometimes he'll stay really tight to your sprite. It'll just be like directly on top of you, and your kick will just go right through him. If you see that he's sticking to you like that and being directly on top of you, you can just move to the side a little bit, and that'll start him back into his side-to-side pattern. Because otherwise,
he
it's
really likes to be right on top of me. He's
Yeah,
a
if
big fan of that.
Yeah, exactly. If he's right on top of you, and you can't even hit him with your kick, then just move a little bit and see if you can get him to start moving again.
Hey, buddy. Why don't you not do all those things you're doing?
Wrong cave, wrong cave.
He's such a jerk. I don't think there's any enemy as worse as a boss, so it's got boss health, that just fairly quickly aims at your hitbox and doesn't leave it. Just sits in there. It's like top tier asshole enemy design.
Oh, get wrecked!
Strong words.
There it
going out.
is. 2 kicks followed by more kicks after the damage.
There you go.
Well,
This boss
if
needs
2 kicks
more
aren't
kicks.
solving your problem,
Kick it a third
you haven't
time.
used enough
Kick
kicks.
more, yeah.
Right. Yeah, this is a boss that you really are going to need a lot of health to be able to fight, so if you're coming into that boss room really low on health, just maybe take the intentional death from the first bat in the cave, or look around on the map to try to find some other sources of health refill. Or learn to fight the bat boss the no damage way, where you make him go in a figure eight pattern and just keep jumping over him.
What do the potions do, if you don't mind sharing?
Sure, the red potion is invincibility.
Okay.
That's probably going to be a bit helpful. Blue potion is speed. It increases your horizontal movement speed. And the pink potion is jump height.
Okay. Cool. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of interesting that there's so much vertical platforming in this game that the speed potion isn't as completely broken, super awesome for a speedrun as you'd think it would be.
That's right. Yeah, the blue potion doesn't even get used intentionally in the speedrun, either of the speedrun routes at all. There's no place where it's worth it to go seeking out the blue potion. Even in this stage, there's a pretty easy to get fixed blue potion drop, but no one goes for it just because it doesn't really help you if you're in the air, which you spend almost all your time in the air. There's very few parts where you're just walking. In general, walking, let's say speed potion aside, not even counting speed potion, walking is actually slightly faster than jumping. It's sort of like Metroid 1 in that respect. So generally you want to spend as much time on the ground as you can and cut your jumps as short as you can.
There are a couple spots, not really in this level, I don't think. Maybe when you're going through the red door, if you have the pink potion, you can make jumps without any levitation or floating.
Yeah, the pink potion is pretty helpful in the speedrun route. It lets you use some shortcuts.
Yeah, particularly in the forest levels.
Mhm.
And the red one, I mean, in the speedrun, there are some spots where you
just
could
happen
probably
to get it.
die. Yeah. Like, health is so weird in this game because there's so many enemies that just seem to spawn pretty much out of nowhere, and you can't really do much to stop them. So you take damage all the time, but then dying is also not a huge setback either. But there's these like little health items around that you can use to keep yourself topped up, and every now and then a red potion can save enough health to prevent a death.
When you're slugging it out with this bat boss, something to remember is damage amounts. The boss does three ticks of damage with each hit, and the ghosts that it spawns after it dies do 1 damage per hit. So if you have, let's say, 5 bars of life, then you can afford to take a hit from the bat boss and from the ghosts when they spawn and still be alive. And pretty much your strategy for this fight is going to be getting there with enough health that you can just sit there spamming the select button until your invincibility wears off. You know, get a hit in and then take another damage and then continue spamming select until everything's dead.
Not really making one of these jumps I feel like I should be able to, and I'm not sure why. It's probably just a momentum thing.
Yeah, jumping out of the cave is kind of a pain getting back to the top. By cave, I mean the key room, I should say.
Yeah.
They're all caves.
Why don't you guys just finish me off?
When you have 5 HP or less, yeah. Well, I mean, you probably want to have 8 HP because you'll probably take 3 damage from getting hit by the bats before you even get to fighting the big bat boss. But by the time you fight the big bat boss, you want to have 5 HP, so you can handle one hit from the bat and 1 hit from the ghosts that spawn. Sometimes when the ghosts spawn, if you time it just right, you can hit the ghosts without them hurting you. So maybe you only really need 4 to finish the bat boss off.
Okay. Well, that time was better than the other bad times I did, so happy for that.
Came in just a little under the run that Ood Sigma completed at the same time there, so that's a good sign for Author Blues.
Nope. That kill.
There is a hidden gem
Fountain.
source fountain.
I don't know.
Similar to those coin blocks in Mario that just kind of keep going, except it's invisible. And it's right near that pink key, so you've probably jumped into it a couple times already, and maybe you didn't quite know what was going on. But yeah, there are some secret spots throughout the level where you can jump and repeatedly get some gems, and there's actually some interesting glitches that are not very helpful for this goal, but are certainly helpful in the run, where you can scroll these things off screen after taking most of the gems out of them, and they refill their totals. But for this goal, it's pretty much just in your way when you're trying to get the pink key, because it will kill your jump and send you back down.
Well, this guy's butts.
Yeah, Author Blues gets to the door with 19 gems short, so this knight's just kind of waving his sword at him a little bit.
You know, in most video games, you can just kick a knight in his stupid face.
That's
one you're
true.
Okay.
You think you could just fight him knight to knight?
Don't need that.
All right. We're not even at the halfway point of the practice period, and these guys already seem like they're pros at this game.
Well, you would know. You're currently the record holder, I believe, right?
I think so.
Sniped from you recently. You guys have been close for a while, though.
I'm not sure what the other times are for this.
Oh yeah, I'm feeling good about this. I'm gonna have just barely enough health.
There it is, the 8 health. That's exactly what you want.
Yep. Between the
what
F
I
and the E.
exactly what I want is to have full health, so I don't have to worry about this crap.
Right.
Exactly what you need.
You die, you. Oh my god, you
The
stupid.
bat gets the early hit before he gets to hit him with
So
the boots,
basically, to make that work, what I did wrong was I need to get 1 kick before he gets his
Correct.
first hit in on me. Okay,
Correct.
that's what I'm messing up. I think I've been failing that over and over.
And the problem is you were getting stuck in the levitate, and that happens to me too, and I have no idea why or what to do about it. But sometimes you just get stuck in the levitate when you don't want to be in it.
Right.
It also helps if you can get out from right underneath him, because otherwise he's going to come down on top.
Right.
And the boot does have a really big hitbox. It can kind of hit things above it, but you
Right by the
definitely
knees.
want him to be more in front of you than on top of you.
Yeah, Zero. That's interesting thing. The last bat before the big bat, sometimes when it comes down from the ceiling, will hit you from behind, and sometimes it doesn't. And so you can sometimes avoid getting hit by the small bats completely. And I don't really know the trick to getting that to happen. Maybe where you stand has something to do with it, but unfortunately, don't have any advice on that.
Even the runners just like shrug and say, "Eh, that happens."
Oh, I got much better health this time. You said the red ones are invincibility or the pink ones?
Red is invincibility, pink is high jump.
Okay, there's quite a few red potions that are easily grabbable on the way, and I've been trying to grab them to kind of just take out sort of the random elements that I don't
Yep.
understand.
Yeah, you do want to have red going into this red door room,
It's a better time.
so you don't get hit by these stuff that shoots bullets from the wall.
On 124, that is a good time.
Oh, wow.
Theseawolf is actually posed to get a similar time here. If he can get a bat kill, he's got 10 health.
Yeah, coming right out of the red door room, there's a red potion that
that
seems so easily
Don't
grabbable.
take that.
The bat's just hanging out.
We'll see.
Nah,
What,
He's like, I saw what you did to all those other bats.
Right.
You're crazy if you think I'm coming down there.
yeah, it's
No,
tough.
I
He
don't
stood
think
far
that-
enough that he didn't get hit from the back by that other bat, but then the far bat decided it wasn't going to spawn.
Nah, that's cool. I'll stay right up here. You guys have fun dying. It's a lazy bat.
One of the items you have is the shield, and that, in theory, should protect you against projectiles if they hit you from the shield side, the direction that you're facing.
In theory.
In theory.
It's,
In
practice,
theory, covers all
it
manner of
seems to
sins,
have a
doesn't it?
couple holes in it or something.
Yeah, I found it not to always work.
Hmm.
Not really quality that you want in a shield, for it to be sometimes working and sometimes not.
Getting fun with these new guys here.
You guys getting much use out of your sword?
Didn't know I had a sword.
Right. that's the big joke in Wizards and Warriors is you walk around with this sword and it's completely useless.
It is kind of cool how its hitbox is active whenever you jump. That is a nice touch.
Right, yeah, the only use you really will get out of the sword is basically its automatic hitting property when you're jumping. So yeah, jumping into enemies, if they hit sort of the top right of your sprite, or the top forward part of your sprite, you'll kill enemies when you're jumping, but using it on the ground, kind of useless. It's got a really short range.
You have a pretty hilarious attack animation, though. That
It looks like
seems
he does
to
it-
vary. Like,
Right.
you get 2 different ones randomly, and it's so weird.
Yeah, it looks like he doesn't really know how to use a sword, and he's kind of like flailing it around frantically.
Just, yeah. So your favorite outfit there of Crazy Man's sword.
Candida.
Yes, there is still some debate in the Wizards and Warriors community as to which damsel is the best damsel.
There's not much debate. The answer is Griselda.
Well, I mean, if you talk to Dark Teryx, maybe things not quite so easy. Let's just try that.
Fight.
Griselda's a strong choice. Just saying. She's held away. Not
Is she better than Candida?
Yes.
Candida, #1 candidate.
She was locked away just because she's pretty. They locked away Griselda because she would kill you.
Oh. That's a good reason to
Yeah,
lock
she
someone
got,
away, to
she
be
got her
honest.
name when she fought a bear with her bare hands.
Yeah, Malkill's afraid of her. It's not the other way around. That's why you're free and she's not.
To answer your question, Pazzy, it looks like these guys are all doing pretty well at the practicing. I think they've got this level for the most part figured out. I'm seeing some pretty strong platforming. It's a bit hard to do this blind climb once they get into the cave here. Once they get into the red part of the cave, the red door part.
Crap.
4 health.
But unfortunately, your sprite is pretty high up on the screen before the screen starts to scroll vertically. So anytime you're climbing upward, it's going to be tricky because you can't see the next ledge you're jumping to. So there's a bit of memorization. Once they go through this red door, yeah, they got to memorize which direction to jump, left or right. Do they do a levitate first or not?
Left. Oh, it didn't work. Fired a little too late. In that first chest, if you go left, right, left, when you're going down, you can block most of the shots. Usually.
Yeah, any little things that these guys can do to be saving damage is going to be extremely helpful because this bat boss fighting it efficiently is all about how much health you walk in there with. And so the speedrun for the most part seems to just be ignoring the enemies. You're just taking damage all over the place. It doesn't slow you down to get hit by anything. So you just kind of ignore the projectiles and the enemies coming at you, but that stuff adds up over time.
Yeah. Go see
So-
Griselda.
Little spots all over the level where they can avoid
Oh.
taking a damage here and there. It's going to make a huge difference once they get to the bat. It's also another health refill. It's only 2 bars of health every time you pick up a chicken leg or lamb leg or
Go.
whatever it's supposed to be. Some sort of hawk of meat.
Apologies. Bats, come over here. Alright, big bat. Please spawn.
Yeah, while the meat is
Guilty
exposed,
ghosts.
so it's only about 2 health. But if
2
it
health.
was actually preserved inside the wall, it would probably
saving you?
be good for at least 6.
Oh, I don't care what you do. Get me out of here.
It's interesting we see a couple of these players going for the blue potion. There's 2 places they can go there, a high road and a low road, and the high road's got the blue potion. Low road has 2 treasure chests. High road, I think, has just 1. So you can get more treasure chests going the lower road, but you don't get the blue potion. So, I don't know. You'd have to, I guess, grab another treasure chest inside the red door room.
Yeah, that seems to be where people are making up the chests.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the bottom 2 are gems and gems, so it's basically a gimme.
Oh, I'm dead here. Not even a question, man. Not even a question.
Yep. You can sometimes get lucky. Well, you got hit before you gave him any kind of kick, so...
Yep, I think I got hit twice before I gave him any sort of kick.
Yeah, that's a problem. Once maybe you could have survived.
Understatement of the century. Yeah, that's gonna be slightly problematic.
It's gonna be a problem.
That worked.
Hello, Angry Panda. The round's going pretty well so far, I would say, but I'm not one of the players practicing, so my
I
opinion
think at a
isn't
high
very much.
level, I think one of the frustrating things is remembering what direction I need to be facing so I can block some of the shots that are coming from the walls.
Mhm.
But that's like an upper level concern. Because I've definitely had times where I've made it all the way to the bat room with full health because I just kind of got lucky and was always facing the right direction when those shots were coming at me.
Mm-hmm.
Time to break the bat.
Woodsing is going in 1 health short, but he might make it if he manages to get, not get hit by the ghosts when they spawn. It's too far to trigger that other bat, though.
Oh! Filthy beast.
It's probably worth trying to fight the large bat without taking damage at least once, just so you know how to do it. In case you have a run that gets there, you know you won't have enough health to just tank the damage and do kicks. Probably try it at least once during the practice period.
Yeah, it's not easy. If you try to improvise it, that's probably gonna tag you, or you're probably gonna jump around without actually hitting him.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
That was the first time that I did those blind jumps in the red key room perfectly. And somehow, he just didn't grab the pink key when I jumped. That's butts, dude. That's some butts.
Yeah, so gems can be grabbed using your projectile weapon, but keys cannot. You have to actually touch the key with your knight.
You can also grab food that way too.
Yep, food can be grabbed with the projectile, but keys cannot, and
Yeah,
what's the other thing?
time to break the bat.
There's other things that can't.
Potions.
Try it again.
Drops from enemies. If an enemy drops a gem, you can't do it. And you're right, potions also, you have to touch that. You can't grab that with your projectile.
There we go. I must
Asking
thank
in
you.
chat asks a pretty good question. Are we only caring about who gets first place each round, or not? No, everyone is competing against everyone else, except for I think there's one person you won't end up competing against, but their times will be worse than someone who you are competing against. So you are effectively competing against everyone, and that means even though Author Blues did not beat Seawolf, it's entirely possible that his wins will count towards the other two players in a way that actually doesn't matter. So it is important to second and third place are still worth having.
Right,
I
yeah,
made
you
it all
don't...
the way to the night, 3 gems short. Hitting me.
Ooh. But, yeah, you don't have to take first place every time. So, yeah, Author Blues was behind Seawolf last time, but that means that Author Blues is going to have to beat Seawolf in these next 2 matches if he wants to not get eliminated. That doesn't mean that he has to be in first place. I mean, as long as he beats Seawolf anywhere in the lineup, that counts. You know, he could be in third while Seawolf's in fourth or something, and that would still count. But it's pretty likely that if 2 other people beat him, then, you know, he would have problems beating one of them, because you do have to be 2 out of 3 against every other person today in order to advance.
Right, I think unless we got like a complete reversal of the order from last time. Oh, nice, Seawolf actually pulling off this this damageless strat here with these ghosts. Nice job.
A lot of fun to watch. Tell you that.
Okay, shoutouts to having exactly the right number of gems to go into that door somehow.
Nice, 100. It's possible that someone is going to be already eliminated at the end of this match, and so that sucks for them during the third match, obviously. But it is possible that everyone is still in it afterwards, and it's also possible that everything is already decided. I think if Seawolf gets first here, he's locked it away. He's going to be the one moving on. So there's a lot of possibilities the way this could
Real talk, there's a button on my controller right below the select button that changes it from analog to, like, from the D-pad to using the... And I was just mashing that to try to kill. But I went in there with so much health that, like, the 3 seconds that went by that I did that, by the time I realized I still had enough time to kill him, so shoutouts to me for holding it down.
Yeah. One of those two. Can you hold select and mash it, or you have to like actually press it? I know you can mash jump by holding it down.
I don't think you can. I don't think you can hold it. I think you have to mash it.
Yeah. When Fiesel fights Malkill in speedrun, you're basically just standing there kicking midair, hoping he teleports into you. So you get the hang of how to rhythmically tap it as fast as possible. If you do it right, it looks like your foot doesn't even come down. It just kind of stays there, foot extended, dealing 3 damage every 30 frames or something.
Press a Warrior 3, Wizard 3, Rocket 3. Potion. Yes.
All right, here's a look at what our bracket looks like.
Nope, jerk that. Really? What's this?
Shoutouts to the levitation sometimes stopping considerably lower than it otherwise would.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a thing? Am I going crazy right now?
It happens occasionally.
Okay, it needs to stop happening.
I think it might have to do with it when you're doing it near the top of the screen.
Oh yeah, you might be hitting the border.
Okay. I'll experiment with it.
Bats? Like birds with fangs. It's so much worse. He won't levitate. Pros, please. No, he wouldn't float in the air. He gave up. He saw me in horror and said enough's enough.
I was telling Fiesel that hopefully we don't conflict with anyone's extra live streams. That's a thing that's happening
That's a big deal.
right now. Basically, you stream for 24 hours, and people donate, and you're raising money for. I know it's for children, but I'm not
it's
sure.
children's hospitals usually. The one around
Yeah.
here is for the local hospital in Patterson, I believe.
But that has been going on all weekend, I think. I think there's no one day. I think they say like you can do a day any day this weekend.
This is my nightmare that I get
Yeah,
here with
Zelda.
99 gems. This is my actual nightmare.
But that is happening today, and guess what? Lots of things are happening today. I was talking to Fiesel, like, we should add it to the calendar, and he was like, there's already like four other things on the calendar. So I'm gonna go ahead and post this calendar in chat. Because we're gonna be doing SGL, I think, most of the day. So check it out, see what you're missing because you're gonna be staying here. And maybe check out tomorrow. There's a bunch of stuff going on tomorrow too. And if you know of something that is not on the calendar, please let us know. We'll throw it on there.
I'm really digging this game.
Oh, it's fun.
This is actually a really cool game. I'm surprised. I didn't think much of it just watching people play it. Like, it seemed whatever, but it was actually pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm definitely liking it a lot more than I thought I would.
Like, optimizing it's not a chore, it's fun.
He wouldn't jump anymore. He's frozen the boot. Fully committed to the kit.
I learned this for Big 20, but I never got to the point of optimizing it. For that first Big 20, it was kind of unclear what the competition was going to be like and who was actually going to go all out. So I think a lot of people were like, oh, you know, whatever, and that's why we ended up with so many people with, you know, in the 4 to 5 hour range. Yeah, for this game, I was like, I'm just going to learn enough to get through it. Like, I think I almost got lost
Was
at
Big
some
20
point.
beat the game, or was it like the goal was
It
to
was
beat the game?
it was beat the game, but you could do the any percent route, so you could
Okay.
do the repeat stages thing.
Hey, stupid button. There we go.
But yeah, learning it just to get through it. I was not a fan of this game, but I think what Author Blues is talking about with optimizing, when you get to that level and you're really more concerned about cutting all the corners and shaving all the frames, I think that's when this game really starts to shine because of all the movement mechanics.
Okay, somehow my route has changed only slightly because I'm now getting like 98 and 99 at the door every single time.
It's
I gotta
probably
be
one of
real
those
with
things
you.
where you get like more comfortable, right? So you start taking things a little tighter, and then you find out like, oh, actually the whole time I was going out wide and picking up this one gem that I didn't really notice I was actually needing the whole time, and that's what's going on.
And that guy does not round.
No, he wants all of his gems.
Yeah. If you hand him a big old bag of gems, he takes one look at it and goes, "Now you're sharp." I know. I won the jelly beans in the jar every time.
He's the kind of friend who, when you pay him back, he counts the money in front of you.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
I just need
Find
to
out-
get a sense of the numbers, like get a sense of how much I have to have at each point so I know when to go out of my way.
Yes, I think that's how Fiesel kind of operates when he does runs. He has certain points where he checks how he's doing in the gem count.
Yeah, this checkpoints or spots where you want to check your gems. Also, right before you get the pink key, just to the right of it, there's a little coin block that you can hit. I don't know if you guys have noticed that, but if you jump up into this spot,
Where?
a little gem will pop up out of nowhere. So
You can get 5 there, I think.
you can get up to 5. Oh, maybe more. Actually, I don't know. It could be more than 5. Maybe it's 10 there.
Where
but-
are you talking about? The block that's
Where
right
you find
next
the,
to the
pink
gem
key?
to the right?
Yeah, to the
Right next to the pink key, actually.
The
There's
pink
an invisible
key.
spot you can jump up.
Do you
And,
have to stand on the
gems.
block to get it, or
No, you jump below.
Well, you
No,
have to
almost
hit
to the
it
right of
from
it.
below.
You've probably got it accidentally a couple of times already, jumping for the
That would
pink key
account
from
for-
the right side.
my numbers?
While
man.
you sometimes don't pick it up, yes, you were probably actually bumping into that thing because it will cut your jump short.
So I'm looking at the map that was linked to the goal.
Uh-huh.
Is it where the blue gem is to the right of that pink key?
Yeah, there you go.
Let me get
Probably the symbol for it. Yeah, it's the right spot for it.
That's right, that blue gem right there, that'll be not visible on the screen when you're there, but if you jump into that from below, you can get a gem from it every time you jump. So usually I just have a set number that I need to be at, and I'll just hit that gem until I've got the number if I happen to be low.
Also, if there's a gem that's a little bit out of the way, like maybe you fall right past it or something, you can try to throw your axe at it as you fall and grab it as you go. That's a way to stay up on gems as you move through.
May not be a bad idea actually for me to start doing that instead.
That's what I would
Because
do, yeah.
I'm always really close. I just haven't once tried to implement throwing my axe into gyms as I pass them.
You can even throw it through a wall to get one. There's a spot towards the beginning where you can get one throwing it through a wall.
Cool,
Also, note that gems that are red, that have a reddish tint to them, are worth 2. So if you want to pick up random gems, make sure to prioritize the red ones.
There's also some hidden doors that have a whole bunch of gems inside, and they're special gems that if you collect with your axe or your knife, you get 2, and otherwise collecting them you get 1. But there's a bit of delay as you go inside and out of those rooms, and so you don't really want to for this goal. But there are spots where those gems are super helpful.
Alright, back to it. Flip this around.
Oh, that's the first time I've ever died to the ghosts. I'm sad. This is what sadness feels like.
There's the
Never
one
killed me yet.
ghost left.
Yeah.
He's hanging out too low.
Oh, you know what? That's gonna solve all my problems right there. Just grabbing that first gem as you're falling into the room.
Mm-hmm.
I really like this. At least this goal. I mean, I don't know if the whole game plays out like, you know, gym optimization, but it's super fun.
Totally bored with that. Again.
If you do want to speedrun the game, I think any percent is a pretty decent speedrun. But when you get into all stages, the final boss is a ridiculous RNG sink that will probably frustrate you. So you have to be a particularly patient speedrunner if you want to go for the all stages record in this game. Just a fair warning to anyone getting ideas in their head watching this.
Good, because when people describe me, they immediately describe me as patient.
I mean, you do have to be patient to do speedrunning.
Sad. Where's Zelda?
Oh, right, the first stage is also annoying with RNG. There's doors that open and close on cycles, and enemies you need to damage boost off of that are unpredictable.
You know, fun stuff.
See, now I'm getting 104 at that door. That's way better.
Oh, small bag got me.
Ah. How are we doing on time?
Take that back.
About 5 minutes left.
5 minutes. Little stretch break. I shall return.
Hello, Mikey.
Apparently, in Uninvited, there is a song titled Cookie Monster Jam. And I'm going to vote for it on Ringwave. Because I have to know. Somehow, lots of people have found themselves idling in the next level. As you can see, it's another cave, but it's red this time. After the red cave, you move on to a purple cave. And then, funny enough, as soon as you get out of the cave, that's the level where you can warp back to level 1. So you spend most of your time in caves for a 100% run. It'll be interesting to see what people do with this bat boss, depending on how much life they go in with.
I'm embarrassed that I asked now that I just realized that the potions are listed in the tips for the goal. You can see that.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's so much text in that tip section that I tried to encourage people to really comb through it, but it's hard to look at that much text and be anything more than completely bored right away.
I'm sure it's Dracula. Leaving on the nest?
It is. Author Blues actually is one of the top runners for Bram Stoker's Dracula.
How about that?
I reclaimed all of my world records in that game. I'm at first seeing this game pop up, I was really nervous about it, but it turned out to be an absolute joy to play.
That's good to hear.
Maybe this game would be more frustrating if you tried to play the whole game, but at least for this one goal and having the availability to reset anytime you're unhappy with how it played out, it was a ton of fun.
Yep. Well, any percent's a pretty fun category. The only really obnoxious part is the RNG in level 1, but you don't have to fight Malkil, the final boss, who's really random, so really everything else in any percent is pretty straightforward. It's about pretty much on par with the level you're doing right now. That's pretty standard fare for this category. For the
I may have to look into it.
Yeah, it's fun. It's only 5 stages to learn, really, because you're using the level reuse glitch. And
How many times do you revisit this stage?
Just, yeah,
Once.
you see it twice.
I'm pretty sure, like, the first 4 stages twice each.
Yep.
Okay.
The game
This
is
is what,
tracked.
the third stage or something?
Yeah, first,
Stage
second, and
2.
third you have to redo.
Yeah, the game tracks boss kills, not just like as a counter. It's not like X boss leaves this place.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Just basic programming error that you fool it into going back to the start. It figures, oh, you kill a boss.
Oh, so
Okay,
that's how
next
you beat the game, is that it, instead of, like, you replay stages, and so once it's gotten to enough boss counters, it just goes
if
to
boss
the
kill
credits?
That's
equals,
right.
Like 7. Yeah, pretty much. If boss is killed equals 7. Good job!
Nice game.
Uninvited, that would be fair. I know that game.
Well, practice time has run out, so we're going to be doing our match here. We're going live. So make sure you guys get your script set up and everything.
Don't be ghosts.
I think everyone's already good to go there.
Yeah.
Alright, well then let me get my side set up then.
Yeah, before you go asking other people to
Exactly.
do things.
Get
Well,
myself...
Griselda.
Yourself.
I heard it kicks around if you hold down.
Oh yeah, he's got the crouch walk.
For man, a full play, he's pretty agile.
I think in the Game Boy version, his crouch walk is as fast as his regular walk.
That's right, yeah.
That's horrifying.
I was playing through some of the Game Boy game, and that was actually fun too.
I enjoy it, yeah. I think it's a good game.
It's very different though. It's much more left and right.
Yeah.
But I was enjoying playing it a little bit. Has anyone speedrun it or anything?
Yeah, there's a couple of speedruns of it. It's been done.
Did lava hurt you? I guess not. Oh, that does. Okay. Eventually.
Okay. All 4 players appear to be
Titanic is a great
alive.
game.
I'm seeing signs of life here. Well, we're gonna start the match, guys. So, yep. So I'm gonna give you guys the countdown. In 3, 2, 1, go! Woohoo! Good luck, guys.
And let's hear the little like Battletoads like starting noise when we hit the map screen.
Yeah.
Pop.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, everyone gets a glimpse at the map before the run starts.
Alright, so what we're doing here, this is match 2 out of 3. These players are going to have 30 minutes to do as many attempts as they can of Stage 2 of Wizards and Warriors. This Stage 2 is actually the Stage 2 from the second time around, the second time through in the any percent route. The any percent route, what it does is it beats the first 4 stages, then in Stage 5 it does a warp back to Stage 1, and it beats Stage 1, then beats Stage 2 again, and then beats Stage 3 again, and that triggers the end credits. You don't actually have to beat the last few stages of the game. You can just use this level reuse trick. This is a part of the any percent run from the second loop through. So these players are coming into level 2 with much better set of equipment than they would normally have here. They've already got the axe.
Oh god, crushed it.
They've already got the, well, they would normally have the shield. They've already got the potion of levitation. They've already got the feathers coming in here. So that gives them the full options, the full range of options for your movement technique. The potion of levitation, that allows them to float up in the air when they're standing on a platform. Lets them jump to things that are higher up than where they're standing, or than where they could normally reach with a single jump. Can get a little bit of a float to it to start the jump off. The other thing you can use here is the Feather of Featherfall. That's what it's called, the Feather of Featherfall. And if you hold up while you're in the air, your character will float a little bit slower. He'll fall down a little bit slower than he normally would. So you can use that to make it over some larger gaps. It also gives you a bit of control over the size of your jump, so you can land on platforms as early as possible, since in general you want to be walking on platforms as much as possible rather than jumping, because you're much faster on the ground than in the air. But the goal in each of these stages is to get a certain number of gems to be able to get into the boss room. You need, in this stage, 100 gems to reach the boss. There's a red knight that guards the boss door and won't let you through unless you have 100 gems. So,
No matter how much you kick him.
yeah, it doesn't matter how much you kick him. In fact, he'll damage you, but you can't hurt him. But it's a red knight. It's a knight with an invincibility potion, so what do you expect?
Oh, that's okay.
Oh, right.
I get that now.
Yeah, I didn't think about it. But
Yeah,
he's
he's
totally
invincible.
all the time.
I'm
All
on
the
board.
time invincible,
I'm on board
permanent
now.
invincibility. Alright, so in addition to getting these gems, they need to collect a certain key to get in the boss door. They have to have 100 gems, and they have to have the pink key? Yeah, the pink key. So to get the pink key, they actually need the red key first. So you'll first see these guys grabbing a red key. Then they find this red door, this area that you see Pac-Man just entered and Author Blues just exited. That's the red door room, and that's where the pink key is. It's hiding inside here. Pac-Man's about to get it. There it is. Boom, pink key. And that's the thing that you need to get in the boss door. So those are your two objectives. The best way to get gems is treasure chests. You get 21 gems for each treasure chest that you pick up. So that's usually the way to go, and then generally you want to get a couple of treasure chests and make up the rest of the gems just by grabbing a few as you go by. So snag a few odd gems here and there. You can collect gems both by touching it and by throwing a axe at the gem. So you'll see a combination of that here in these runs. Already got a couple times up here on the board. Pac-Man's...
Actually, everyone is on the board
Everyone's
now.
on the board now. Yeah, of the two that we have timed officially so far, Pac-Man's is the best with the 121, and Theseawolf with the 122. Looks like... oh, those are the same two. Yeah, looks like Author Blue's the next closest, just a few seconds behind that.
Oh, Bat won that one. Good job, Bat.
Yeah, now that they've got these pretty solid runs, I think you're going to see them hoping for some really optimized boss kills here. I think that's the easiest place to really lose time here, barring some kind of big platforming mistake where you fall all the way down or something. That's going to be a reset. But this boss, basically, because when you get hit, you can no longer deal damage until your invincibility frames are up, which is obviously horrible from a gameplay perspective. Normally you want to abuse those invincibility frames to go ham on the boss, but that is absolutely not what you can do in this game. So this boss is going to hit you. He just is. The boss is programmed to fly directly at you, and getting through this fight without him hitting you is an incredibly complex and slow affair. So everyone's planning on taking a hit, and they're just going to brute force it. They're just going to use these kicks as much as they can before and after they get hit. And if you do it right, you can get through without getting hit by the ghosts afterwards. So you can get through with 7 health. And that's a bit more clean than the 8 health strat, which relies on getting hit by the ghosts. And you can also take more or less hits from the bats earlier on. All the little bats that come in and how quickly you deal with those can change. So everyone basically is having to adjust what they're doing based off of how much health they get to the boss with. And eventually I think we're going to see some pretty optimized runs here, and we're going to see people trying their best to get there with as much health as they can and then go for these really quick boss kills. Unfortunately, this means we're going to see a lot of resets as people try to get through this this main stage section with as much health as they can. It's really easy to bleed health all over the place throughout this entire game. Really, it's masterful at just having things appear out of nowhere, and it's unfair, honestly. I think the way this game operates. So moving quickly through the stages while also dodging a lot of these BS enemies that spawn from the ground right underneath you or come flying in from off screen. Oh wow, we see we see Pac-Man there forgot to pick up the treasure before getting to the door. That is a requirement to beat the level, but it looked like his time was going to be a little bit slower anyway. So, but now he knows for sure not to do that next time. But yeah, so because there's so many ways to lose health on your way through these stages, it means every one of them, instead of just being a short waste of time, they all become a reset when you're really trying to get through the stage with as much health as you can. And that's why I think our completion rate of this goal here is about to go way down. People making good use of this red invincibility potion to save health, both going into and out of the red door room.
I didn't have enough health anyway.
Oh baby.
Really clean boss fight from Seawolf. His time is really, really close to Pac-Man's now. Pac-Man, sorry, shaving off that 1.1 seconds, so we'll get the timing done and see who is in first, if we do have a lead change or not.
Yep, we'll have to know once Ark gets the official timing in. Arcano is working behind the scenes here. He's timing each of these runs that the player submits, plays them back in emulator. Frame advances exactly to the end, the final frame, so we know exactly what everyone's time is. So these times that go here, up here on the board have all been verified.
Looks like we're seeing a different route or two from some of these players. There is basically there's one spot that forks into two competitive sort of paths that you can take, routes through the stage, where one grabs you a blue potion, which is a speed potion, which you'd think would be amazing for a speed run, but unfortunately this game has so much vertical platforming that you spend so much time in the air that you don't really get to use too much of the benefit of the speed potion. You don't jump higher, and you don't jump any faster with the blue potion. So there actually is a pink potion where you do jump higher, and that actually can probably save more time than the blue potion does. Well, and it does save time in a regular speedrun, and the blue potion is not picked up at all in a regular speedrun.
Right, unless you get it by accident, because you can get potions from random drops. It's kind of rare. You're most likely not going to get a blue potion at any point during the run, but you could.
Yeah, it'll be a long time, I think, before a random
right,
potion drop becomes incorporated into the run.
And we just saw something great here happen on Arth's screen. He just got a 120. We have our first 120 of the day.
Yes.
120.8 is what it looks like on the manual splits. We'll know in just a moment when Arcano has a chance to take a look at it. A lot of runs coming in.
Pac-Man has maintained his lead, but it is only by 7 frames.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about versus
No,
my thing.
yes.
I was like,
Yours
no.
is probably going to be in first.
Yep.
Also, Seawolf had a run that was -2 going into the boss room, so he is capable of it seems like putting up a 119, so the competition is far from over. Everyone chasing these really optimized times.
Alright, we see Author Blues is 120 up there on the board. It is a 120.84.
That's gonna get
Wow,
it.
-3.5
That's
from
gonna
going
get
into
it.
the boss fight.
Oh, back up first strike.
It's hard to
I
recover
got
from that, even if you've got enough health.
Ooh,
treasure
man.
box.
Doing a bit of a cha-cha there.
He's axing it.
Back
Does
up the
not
first hit.
improve his PB, but that was an excellent run getting up to the boss. If Seawolf can get that again, we're going to see some sub 120.
Yeah, this boss is where the time can really...
Yeah,
really
all
be
of my time came from the boss. I
Mhm.
kicked him so fast. He got kicked.
It will be interesting to see, because there is kind of like a theoretical fastest way to do the boss. I mean, it can vary a little bit depending on where you're standing and how long it takes him to kind of get down from the ceiling down to where you are. There's a bit of variance, but generally there is this sort of fastest kill. And then if players get a run with that, any further time savings is going to come from all these little moments that you can shave throughout the stage. You know, jumping as soon as you land on things, and jumping as as little as necessary, making sure you're running running more than you are jumping, because running is just a little bit faster. And I wouldn't be surprised if half a second to a second ends up being the difference purely in the stage time. Author Blue's getting a little closer to that sub 120. We'll find out if it is or not.
Yep, below 120 from Author Blue's there.
Yep, game style shouldn't levitate anymore. There's that one spot there, it doesn't look levitate. I don't know why.
I keep having these okay runs that have just this one glaring error. Like that time, I had moved so far right that one of the bats didn't come down, so I had to go back for him.
Oh yeah, the lazy bat? Yeah, he's worst.
But if you stand too far to the left to make sure that he does come down, sometimes the big bat doesn't come down. So
Yeah.
there's a right spot, and I'm not certain that I know where it is.
I stand in the middle of it all and say, come at me. Take your hits, roll the dice.
This match is only half over, so still lots of time to chase after these optimizations.
Oh, why won't it work?
Alright, Pac-Man going into the boss here. If he can get a solid fight, he may be able to improve his PB.
Walking, that's fine.
He gets the kick, the first kick. Ghosts are giving him some trouble. Oh,
Ooh.
getting that first kick before the bat hits you is the first real sticking point of the boss fight, I think. Well, I mean, maybe the behavior of the bats, all the little ones, is the first thing that can go wrong. Because depending on where you're standing, sometimes the one on the ceiling will just kind of hang out there, and that sucks. But if you're too far forward, you'll get tagged from behind sometimes, and that means you're not killing the bats for just about a half second or so while you recover from hit stun.
Oh, wow.
But yes, that first kick is the second major sticking point, and then the third is that hoping the boss is oscillating far enough left and right that you can actually kick him, because your kick hitbox is a little disjointed from where you're standing, and if the boss has managed to home right in on you, your kicks will actually not be hitting him. So you need to hope that you are able to kick him once you recover from the hit stun.
And looks like Oth has done it. He's got the sub 120 right there. 119.5 we see up on the splits.
But a great possible run coming in from Pac-Man. And of course, I've said this just in time to jinx him, so we'll see what happens, but
Appreciate that.
minus 2.7.
Yep, and then taken out by the boss. Not quite enough health. Too bad.
It all went wrong with that stray bat. Because those little bats do 3 damage. It's a lot of damage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the little bats do as much damage as the boss itself.
Oh, back again.
But still, that minus 3 seconds or
No, the one
whatever
ghost got
it
away.
was. Plus Theseawolf is at minus 2 seconds, so it proves
Sneaky
everyone
bastard.
here is definitely capable of these sub 120 times. So this is still a close match that could swing any which way at almost any time.
The last bat. The last ghost, I'd say. Ooh.
That's true. There's even a bit of randomness with where the ghosts spawn. Hopefully you can kick them all in one kick or two,
Mm-hmm.
but sometimes they're a little lower and they decide to just fly just a little around your foot and give you some grief.
Wonderful job. Great jumps. These are good.
Yeah, that's the thing about the feather fall potion is you you hold it and you're like, I can use this to make my jump, and then when you miss it, you just slowly glide underneath it, looking at where you want to be and where you are not.
I paused the game. Why would you do that?
We saw Ood Sigma barely make his way past that boss. 1 bar of health left. The clutch kill of the ghost there at the end. And managed to knock about 1.5 seconds off of his PB, I believe. A little over a second off his PB.
It's looking like this blue potion route is indeed proving itself to be a little slower than going for the chests. We talked a little bit about it, but you can grab the blue potion and that's faster, but you are not grabbing these 2 chests that are on the way. And so you have to go a little out of your way inside this red door room to grab some other chests. And it's looking like the blue potion is not worth it, but I mean, maybe this time is coming from somewhere else, but I'm willing to bet that that's where this time difference is coming from. And changing your route on the fly, oh man, that's a tall order.
That's right, especially with 11 minutes left on the clock.
And this game, it's really easy to get lost. I mean, that sounds kind of silly, but the background is also samey that you can get a little lost, so you can feel really uncomfortable deviating from your path. You know, you're getting used to where these platforms are and are going to be, especially when you're climbing vertically. It takes a long time, so I would be actually super impressed if someone were to go with a route change mid match with a game like this. Then again, if you feel like the route is the reason why you cannot put up these other times, you know, it becomes a question of, well, what else do I do?
Let's check out Seawolf's stream right now. We got something cool happening. Can he get a nice clean kill of this boss?
Damn.
Even if he got the boss down, he did retreat all the way to the left side of the screen there, and that's probably gonna be enough to stop him from getting the really optimized time.
Didn't want to stay over there, but
Pac-Man had a pretty clean kill of the boss, but ended up losing a little bit of time against his PB. But yeah, killing the boss towards the door is going to help your time. And meanwhile, Author Blues has somehow managed to dig deep and save another 2.2 seconds. So now we're looking at 1:17 being the time to beat for first place.
I've seen some of these guys have some pretty beefy runs, like minus 3, minus 4, heading into this boss room. So I knew that, you know, getting way down to 117 was actually in the realm of possibility. But Author Blues has pulled it off, and we'll see if he's the only one to pull it off, or if maybe he's perhaps just the first to pull it off. But that is, it's looking like we're definitely approaching the lower bound of how low this thing can go.
Oh, missing a gem.
There it is. There's the knight that blocks the way if you don't have enough gems.
1 gem short. There's no give a penny, take a penny cup. Also, his health was pretty low there. I think even if he'd had enough gems, he probably would have had a hard time getting a good boss kill. Ood Sigma, though, has got a pretty solid run coming into the boss here.
Also got some green numbers in the boss room.
Wow, wrecks that boss. 1 stray ghost lost him a little bit of time, but it's solid improvement to his PB. About 2 seconds off from it.
It seems like Ood Sigma is optimizing his route at about the same rate the other players are, but I think his routing decision is what's creating this 10-second gap here.
I'm not sure what I'm doing.
Lots.
Yeah, that's right. Chat pointing out. As a resident of Canada, I can tell you that we have eliminated pennies. They're gone.
Eliminated pennies. That's probably something that would take a while to happen in the States. A lot of sentimentality governing decisions like that.
Yeah, I know this is probably at, let's see, 6 minutes left in the match. Probably not the greatest point to start going on tangents, but the popular podcast, the Giant Bombcast, there's a clip on there where someone is arguing that they should get rid of pennies. Pennies are dumb. And one Jeff Gersman gets surprisingly attached to his pennies. So that's a pretty great example of just people. They just feel something about those pennies, man. They don't want to let them go.
Yeah, I feel they're very annoying. That's about it.
That's right. We'll get rid of the pennies, we'll get rid of daylight savings, get rid of time zones, everything. Just get rid of everything that doesn't make sense immediately.
Time zone's a little different.
Yeah, that's a
easier,
little
but
different,
Actually,
I know.
it kind of serve a purpose.
We'll change over to the metric system. Just everything will be changed.
The line there. I heard it. Just went too far.
Too far.
And Sigma shaving even more time off of his
Wow,
run.
look at
He's
that.
down into the 120s.
He's in the 129. Yeah. Looks like his previous run was a 129 as well. He just split a little bit late. He had a 129.6, so this is a further improvement on that.
There we go. Alright, bet. I'm gonna get it.
Jumping.
Man, that levitation in that red key room is rude.
Yeah, it's pretty rough.
Just I keep like getting these levitations that are like half the height it's supposed to be.
Turn around, Curse.
Got something going on in Seawolf's run here.
Yeah, I'm dying. Because Curse will turn around my pick.
Oh man! But
Oh,
look at that. That -5 is monstrous. That's a 116 if you execute on that boss. So I was
That's
wrong.
an execute.
117, not the lower bound here.
There's execution going on, just not on my part. Or maybe on my part, just on my neck.
yeah, I'm noticing something about that boss fight. I don't want to get too specific though, because we'll let the players figure it out themselves. Some of the finer points of this. Maybe afterwards we can have some post-mortem discussion of this.
Come on, lefty.
Well, hopefully some of these players are still alive in this tournament after this match is over.
Joking, dude. That was such a good run that I lost to half height levitation. Did you give me some wonky knockoff boots or something?
Boots of worse.
It is possible to jump before you reach the top of your levitation, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yes.
So maybe that.
I'm waiting until I don't see any more height to be gained.
Oh god, I almost dead. What happened? The boots of farce. Strike again.
It's a farce. Yeah, Seawolf has been remarkably consistent at getting to that boss room with green numbers.
I killed the bastard.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that his second split was in the right place because it's basically identical to Pac-Man's second split, who has a very similar final time. So I don't think it's fool's gold. I think that actually is. I think he actually was -5 going in there that time.
That one was stupid. Yeah, this one's a little choppier, but the -5 one was pretty impressive.
Well, just over 2 minutes left on the clock.
My Time for 6 more runs.
Yeah.
Where's that last jump? Ugh. Alright. Let's not let that spawn. Didn't spawn the treasure. What gives? Oh god, what happened? The treasure.
Oh my god!
You got a treasure despawn. There it is.
And
There
then
it
it
is.
eventually made its way there. What?
Come
I
on.
don't know. I don't know.
So,
Alright, now I hate this game.
so that definitely is a thing. You can use a glitch to go to the left side of the screen and levitate, and you tap it a couple times, and you actually start to get pushed outside of the screen, and that's part of how the warp works in level 5. But
Right. That doesn't work
you can
here, by the
use
way.
that.
You won't
Yeah.
use that at this boss. Even
No.
if you had known about this, you wouldn't have wanted to use it.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
But it is a thing you can do on other bosses. But the danger is if you're too far off screen when you kill the boss, the ghosts don't spawn on screen, and then when you don't kill enough ghosts, the treasure never spawns. So there are some spawn shenanigans revolved around those ghosts and that treasure. So I'm not too surprised to see that happen.
Right.
But in that particular way, where it just didn't spawn until a little later, that was really bizarre.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's when the spot that you kill the boss at, when the boss bursts into ghosts, it takes that horizontal location, and that's where the treasure appears. So it doesn't matter where you kill the ghosts, it matters where you killed the boss that spawned into the ghosts. And if that happens to be someplace that's outside of the range where you should be, then the treasure just doesn't spawn at all. But I've never seen it
eventually.
spawn late like that. That's
It's
weird.
fun eventually. I saw the sparkles coming out from the sky.
Right.
Like, eventually landed on the right spot.
Yeah, the sparkles fell from the sky. It took a while, but then they fell from the sky, and then it took a while longer, and then the chest appeared. I've never seen that before.
Weird.
Oh, but it's last call right now, so it is your last chance to decide if you want to reset or keep going. Last chance. And no more resets past right now.
Unsurprisingly, everyone takes that reset, going for the super clean run. So if they have even the smallest inkling that they've lost time, rather than get all the way to the boss to find out that they've lost that time, and that they'd rather just do it again and try to make sure.
Ooh, Seawolf taking a fall,
Oh, shit.
He's got some green numbers,
but
but
he's still got green numbers.
That was so. I mean, good. That was
oh, Other Blues
going to.
runs away
was
from the
going-
treasure.
Oh, no.
So he is
Would
not
have
going to
been a
be
PB
proving his
for him.
best run, even though he
That was
maybe
a
could
funny
have.
video game.
Yeah.
Seawolf killing the boss.
Oh man, Seawolf wrecks that boss. Moves up on Pac here.
It's not faster, but it's better.
Yep, he advances past Pac-Man, so
Really?
Seawolf is now in second place with that run right there. Oot Sigma finishes his run, manages to not be a sub 130.
Oh man, video games are cool. No worries.
Ooh, nice work, guys. That was a great. I really appreciated the amount of optimization we saw after only an hour of practice and this half-hour of match. I think you guys did a really great job with this.
Yeah, absolutely. Those times were super close and super consistent too. So I think I've got the brackets updated.
Oh shit! Seawolf moved up. We're tied for wins.
Oh.
Alright, just give me a moment. We'll get these brackets up here on the screen. That's what they were before. Let's give this a refresh. Oh, darn it. Hold on a second. Okay, there we go. So we had Author Blues beating Pac-Man 2-0. In these two matches, he beat Pac-Man both times, and Seawolf beat Ood Sigma both times in these two matches we've done. So it is Author Blues versus the Seawolf. Those are the two players who have a chance to advance now in the winners, or in the losers bracket rather. And they are 1-1 with each other. So Author Blues ended up. Let me see. He's in second place in the first match, and was in first place this match. So he and Seawolf traded places. So it's still 1-1 there. So this final match is gonna be pretty important for the two of them.
So Ood Sigma and Pac-Man are still very much welcome to play with us and show us what they can do on this third mystery game.
That's right. You're not required to, but if you'd like to join us for the third mystery match, you can. But you don't have to.
I'll do it.
Cool. These matches will still count towards your points, so, you're not playing for nothing.
That's right, we use the points to determine the seeding for the tournament, but the points are still being tracked and they will go up on our website, which is the thing we have that you guys can check out with lots of stats and stuff.
Alright, well there's the final times there up on the board. Author Blues had that 117, Seawolf only about 2 seconds behind him. Pac-Man very close behind Seawolf, close to 2 seconds there. And Ood Sigma with 128.
Yeah, but all three Author Blues, Pac-Man, and Seawolf were all, based off of their splits, were all capable of putting times up there in the 116, 117 range. So, even though the final times are pretty close, I think the competition was actually even closer.
We'll pay for the whole seat, but you'll only use the ad.
Speed gaming. Got some fun gifts going on. Our third mystery game has been determined, hasn't it?
It has been. I was going to let these guys take a moment if they needed to use the bathroom or anything like that.
Reflect on the match and the way things went.
Alright, but we got one more match coming up here.
What is this game? I've never heard of this game before.
Well, I haven't revealed it yet, so don't...
That was my prompt for you to reveal it. So
Oh, okay.
We'll wait a little bit. We'll
wait till we know these guys are all here and ready for it.
Yeah, that's true. We don't want to start the hour practice while someone's off doing whatever. Yeah, Pac-Man demonstrating this the boomerang nature of the weapon and how it can be used to do some really fun stuff. It's kind of finicky, so I don't think you ever see some, something akin to the swaggerang in Batman, where you count on it to flip behind you and grab something or kill something. Most of the time I think it's a happy accident in the speedrun. But I wouldn't be... Well, some of those treasure rooms, when you need them the axe to collect everything, those are routed such that you pull things
What's
out.
the bat? I threw an accident behind me like 5 times. But
Nice.
not to be counted on.
Alright, are you guys ready for the next mystery goal?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Yeah, let's do it.
Alright, cool. Let's post it. Match 3 is going to be a game called Dragon Fighter.
Now, am I a dragon who fights, or do I fight dragons?
Fight the dragons.
I think both things
Both.
happen,
I think
don't
both are true, yes.
You fight as a
Dragon,
dragon. Yes, you are a dragon that fights things.
Okay, that's what's important to me here.
That is going to happen. There will be a
That's
dragon
the first
fighting
big
things.
question. Now we've got that out of the way.
Honestly, we're talking like deal breaker status right here.
Right.
This game was a hit during the Best of NES marathon. Right about the time when the player turned into a dragon. That was about when people were like, you know what, this game's alright.
Alright, let's go here.
Alright, I'm starting the practice
split.
clock.
Plus speed, get the stab.
These players have an hour to start learning this game that they have never speedrun before, and I'm going to guess probably never even played before.
It's a pretty obscure game.
It's kind of obscure. And
Resembles Swordmaster, if I recall.
I think that they'll like it.
Also, just a reminder to Seawolf that while the GIF is amusing, it is currently blocking your screen.
Of course.
Sometimes
I was looking at my
people
game-
forget that they've left that up there.
I was looking at my game ready. Come on. Dragon Fighter.
That's right, he doesn't want to show the setup process, just the finished product.
Yeah, well, he's got it saved in a folder that he doesn't want anyone else to see.
I don't like around like 5 spots. I mean, I've not yet
Shots my
streamlined
boy
my.
extra guy.
I've not streamlined the process yet. Let's see from. All right, catch. Start the movie. Now.
The goal is to beat level 2.
All right, here we go. Boink. All right. My chat back up.
I just love the tips here. It's like, you can hold B to charge and do a projectile attack. You can hold up when you jump to morph into a dragon.
Right, that should have been the headline. Should have led with that.
Yeah.
All right, let's see this video.
Oh, so you're killing things with the sword to charge up your dragon meter. And then turning into the dragon to really wreck things.
That's right, they have to
Yeah.
get their dragon meter to at least halfway before they can become a dragon.
And there are different forms of the dragon, but if I recall, there's one that's just kind of clearly better than all the others.
Yeah, there are different colored orbs that you can pick up, and each orb will change your regular fighter and your dragon fighter in a little slightly different ways. It depends on the color of the orb, but it'll affect your projectiles and how much damage you do. I don't remember which is the OP orb to have. I don't know, but you probably watching extra guys run might see some of that. I don't know if the orbs are random drops or not. Maybe we've got some dragon fighter experts out there in the crowd lurking that could give us some of their
How do you,
expertise.
How do you undragon?
I don't know if anyone's ever wanted to do that.
Yeah, why
This is
have
such
you ever
an
wanted to do that?
amazing mechanic because as soon as you change into dragon form, it becomes an auto-scroller. Obviously, it's not the place to be all the time, but you're a dragon.
Right, you do see some use of morphing into a dragon and then moving a little bit and then unmorphing just to get a small amount of distance.
Yeah, scroll is commanded by that. The game tries to get you back in the middle as a fighter, as a dragon just goes with you.
Huh.
So you force the game forward. Interesting.
It looks like the auto-scrolling section is slower than walking.
Slower than walking?
Yeah, like generally speaking, it looks like the speed of the auto-scroller is much slower than the fighter walks, but you can use either the projectiles or just the way it manipulates the camera to.
Watching Seawolf watching extra guys run right now.
Yeah, well, half of it.
I don't understand where the split is. I don't see the maximum going up. I just see the actual. It's whatever. I'll figure it out.
Yeah. At first, it just jumps up in one frame. Suddenly, your max will jump up, and then your actual health will start to fill in slowly.
Interesting. Okie dokie.
Everyone's done with their cursory research. They're ready to get in and get their feet wet here.
Well, after this match is over, we've got more SGL immediately starting as soon as this one ends. There's even more SGL.
And
We got 3 more matches coming up with 4 new players. Later today, it's going to be MTI, Raziel, Hagspam, and Nighty. And only one of them will walk away still in the tournament. The other 3 will get a consolation prize.
Wait, we need to. You didn't tell me.
We need a consolation prize. Go out, run out to the store and grab some consolation prizes, Smith.
Okay. I'll be right back.
But the games they're going to be playing later today are Super Nintendo. We saw some NES games now, and it's going to be SNES games in the next set of matches.
All right, I'm back. They had a sale actually. If you buy 4 packages of Mr. Noodle, they're only 25 cents. So
For anyone who maybe hasn't figured it out yet, you unmorph by hitting down and B. Drop some hot knowledge on you.
it makes sense, I guess. You beat a dragon, you can't beat on dragon. But yeah, what an interesting speedrun tech, manipulating the camera basically, using the dragon to get ahead of the screen, and then using the game's nature to want to center the screen on the fighter form to push the screen forward. And you can do it pretty much as many times as you have dragon power to get to the edge of the screen there. So now someone is the red dragon. But I think generally you want to stick with green. That's just going off of the video, and I remember they were talking about the different forms, and they said unfortunately you mostly want to stick with this one. So, but I mean, maybe that's for some purpose that applies outside of this goal. So definitely don't listen to me and don't go ahead and make assumptions like that. Maybe it might be worth your time to look into why the green dragon is better and do some experimentation. That could be a good use of your time.
Okay, this game is maybe just a tiny bit harder than it looked when Extra Guy did it.
But you can't handle the 5 circling enemies on screen all the time.
Oh, is it half of your... Maybe I'm just really bad at turning into a dragon.
You need half bar to turn into him, so you actually don't have half bar, you can't transform.
Yeah, but I had a half bar. But I was probably hitting the wrong buttons or something, but I couldn't quite figure out what was the problem there.
And while you're being hit,
That's
you can't
okay,
do
we'll
either.
figure it out.
Also,
like
that's
the
a
rider.
really cool enemy. That's actually like a bed of spikes.
Yeah, it
And it
transfers.
looks exactly like all the other spikes, but it's actually a creature with spikes on it that jumps up there. That's really cool.
Yeah, if you're being hurt, you can't transform either, it seems. So if you're in damage stun, you can't actually transform to the dragon.
Oh, you have to wait for your iframes to run out.
Right.
It's a really game.
So attacking with the sword feels, well, I mean, I guess actually attacking feels good, but the way you don't stun any enemy ever, I think it feels a little bit weak sometimes.
The enemies don't care about your attacks, they just die if they die, but they just keep on coming. Nothing stuns them at all. Even the dragon shots just kind of make them take damage. It's more like you're in an auto-scroller. Like you're playing Life Force and the enemies, either they blow up or they don't blow up. That's all you got.
Force extra.
You like force me. Hey,
And
I
you
want
can
to
attack in the air, but it halts your horizontal movement. Does it?
No.
Okay. But it is a very horizontal attack. There's not a lot of up and down to it, so attacking
Yeah,
while jumping can be tricky.
You don't slash, you just keep swinging at your head level, basically. Oh, nice jump.
And while your attack is pretty quick, it probably will be worth it to try to jump and attack as you land, so that the animation mostly plays out while you're in the air, still moving forward.
Here we go.
Yeah, it looks like everyone's going to have to figure out where they're going to use this dragon power, both to just make certain platforming sections easier, but also how it moves the screen and how that helps you deal with enemy patterns.
Also, if you're not walking, the camera just goes at normal speed, so if you get ahead and start swinging, it'll still be slow scrolling. So you gotta like commit to walking once you get that trick down. Otherwise you waste your time. I went red. Let's see what happens.
How do you change colors? Maybe I was not listening.
I grabbed an item by accident. Yeah,
There's an
the red
orb,
guy.
basically.
It fires
That
like
would
napalm on the
change you.
ground, which doesn't really do much for actual fighting enemies in the air.
And it seems to create a bit of lag.
Wow, those things are weird.
Oh, I never really thought about it, but you could make that script available for the public if people want an in-emulator timer.
That's true.
Yeah,
Generally, people prefer to have their fancy live splits and their LAN fairs and whatnot.
Biscuits.
That's true. We maybe don't want to make it like super publicly available, because theoretically having a bunch of people using it to upload movies to our server. I mean,
Also a problem.
they're so small. I doubt it would be a
sure, but
problem.
we would probably disable that part of it if
Yeah.
we
I
made
mean,
it
just
available as a
don't
timer.
send them the SGL upload.exe.
Yeah, that's true. That would work.
It is apparently a non-trivial task to get out of dragon mode.
Yeah, it's not cool stiffy, or it's just like it's like, no, you're a dragon. Why do you want to change back? I get that, but sometimes.
Sometimes I just want to be a dude with a face.
Blue dragon. It's like the offer. Let's see how this boss fight goes with the blue dragon. Or a green again. Good.
I'm more of a dragon than a fighter, really.
This is a deceptive goal because it's not very long.
Oh, I'm gonna add dragon power. It's be ugly. No, there it goes. Even rabbits are a thing too.
Oh,
Also, the kills in dragon mode don't add to dragon meter, so your kills there are basically not counted towards your meter.
Is exasperated a normal way to be feeling about this game?
It's definitely different. Oh, land on the spike. It's like a boss.
Okay. I get it. I'm just being too aggressive. That's it.
So in general, it seems fighting the boss with sword not a great idea.
Ah,
I don't know about damage values, but even just getting clean hits in is
yeah, it's
hard.
not the trouble. Only his head gets hit, so his body doesn't really matter much. This is a dragon flyer. Maybe the sword isn't as picky, but man. That's pretty. You want to turn back anytime soon, you can.
Oh shoot. Bad Breaks is making... Guys, I had to announce I'm resigning from the show. I misspelled a word.
Was it
And
crystals?
I'm terribly... No, it's not. I can spell that fine. I just can't say
You
it
say
right.
it.
No, I can't. Because
that's
I always forget who wants to hear what. Everyone has a way they want it pronounced, and I try to make everyone happy, so... But I can never remember.
The little baby kappa.
Yeah, Bad Breaks taking me to task. It just seemed like the honorable thing to do. Let's just step down.
not 100% certain I can finish this.
Oh, you said about Mega Man.
Transform you guys. Oh, those things.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but like this, it seems like it seems really unclear on what the best way to tackle a lot of the parts of these stages are. Like I feel like everyone's still in experimental phase, or has everyone kind of figured out what they want to do and they're just practicing?
I'll tell you what,
Myth.
Myth. There's no wrong answers.
Okay.
Basically, the goal is to, if you're attacking on the sword, you want to be jumping as best you can to keep moving forward. And then the dragon bits just to grab the extra half screen with like speed. But again, when you're a dragon, your kills don't count towards your dragon meter, so you lose that. All those kills don't count towards your meter, and you end up running out of gas. You need half bar to transform, so obviously if you go too far with it, you can't do anything after that.
Do you have to be holding B when you jump in order to turn to the dragon?
I'm using A. It's not B for me at all.
Oh, sorry. I'm
Yeah. I was like,
button that's
Yeah,
under my
like-
thumb right now on this dumb D-pad. Or number pad.
We should know. It says hold up when you jump. That's what the tip
Yeah.
says.
that's right. Jerk right this way. This will game against me. Ah, lame. Uh-oh. Oh, just in time. That's the right time to Is that goal again? Split plan. Get the staff. Okay. Ugh. 242, huh?
It's nice to have that initial time to work with, so you get an idea of what you're working with.
Yeah. Also, unfortunately, no real good places to split. So this is one of those one split wonder goals.
I don't mind. I'm notoriously bad at splitting.
I'm starting to get a feel for this. Learning how to consistently transform in and out of dragon is like 100% of how to play this game. Like
Yeah,
if you
I
don't,
agree.
if your
You need to be
fingers
able to-
aren't wanting
to
to
do
do those
those.
inputs, then you're not going to make it.
Yes, that transition needs to feel natural. There needs to be no delay between when your brain says, "All right, time to drag and get to the edge of the screen," to when your hands do it. You really don't want to be in a state where you're still thinking about those inputs. But it's a little early, so even if you're not quite there yet, still 34 minutes to get there. Is today really National Gin Day?
Oh, that's Megan. That got me good. National Gin Day, huh? What about PJ?
That's true. If he ever found out, it would be a danger to himself and others.
What? Is it sanctioned today?
Gin Days every day, yeah. Twitter.com/drunkenhistory. Alright, I'll bite.
Another trouble.
Oh, that's pretty funny.
Oh, neat! I ran out of dragon thingy.
Yeah.
That's gonna
Get to the
make
boss.
this fight doable. Never mind. It doesn't strike me that the problem in the world is that people aren't aware of gin.
Just its existence?
What happens when you drink it? Is that what people aren't aware of?
No
Maybe
one,
that's
no one
what-
actually
maybe that's
knows,
what gin
because
awareness
everyone who
knows.
does forgets.
Hmm.
I don't like gin. I'm just gonna say it. I don't like it. I tried it
Unpopular.
with cucumbers, I tried it with lime.
Did you try it in your mouth?
No, actually, I was using a turkey baster. Don't do that, by the way.
If you're drinking enough that you need a turkey baster, then
Nope.
a lot of other elements in play here.
Well, you can use the turkey baster to administer alcohol to your body in other ways than the mouth is a thing that maybe not many people know. But you can get yourself actually super drunk that way, and it's actually super dangerous because your
I can
mouth
imagine.
can throw things up when it has too much alcohol, whereas other
Yeah.
parts of you can't. So don't do
Good
it. I mean, there's like 50 reasons why not to do it that are not that, but also you could die. So also don't do it for that reason.
Add on. Yes. Possibly fatal.
I'm very, very slowly getting on board with this game.
I think the last piece of the puzzle that I myself just kind of watching people that I hadn't really put together was damage boosting, because there's just so many enemies, and there's so few ways to kill them without stopping that figuring out where you're going to take damage and how, I think, is what's going to help people get through here smoothly. Also, your health bar is not that big. You get some to work with, but you can't go nuts.
Oh, you have to grab the staff.
Yeah, it's like Mario. But I think maybe you don't want to wait for it to fall. I think you want to grab it as soon as possible. I'm not sure. This spider that hangs out dead middle of the screen is really annoying in a game where you're trying to manipulate the camera.
Alright. 220. Go over that later. Let's see.
Actually, I don't know. The stream delay is the same on my end as it is on Theseawolf. Sometimes it is, and I can sing along to the music, and it's not the worst thing. But, so yeah, thanks to Rainwave, we are listening to Jake Kaufman's Thriller chiptune remix. I wonder how much damage that charge shot does.
Not enough.
It does seem pretty hard to use, being in regular form for so long and not attacking.
This is going to be yet another one of those games that comes together at the end.
Yeah.
I dream of having like a good run during practice is dumb.
I think this is one that can come together though. Mega Man 3, I think, was still a little loose. Was not solid, and Witches and Warriors was definitely solid. Everyone was super solid on that actually, and this is I think going to be somewhere in between. I think you guys are gonna really start to get there, but you're probably going to be relying on the 30 minutes of the actual match rather than the practice before it starts to really coalesce into a speed run.
All right, we do this. I forgot. What's that? Bunnies.
That guy's out for blood.
Oh, who knows?
How are you guys feeling about Dragon Fighter so far?
It's doable.
Yeah, it's just a tough game.
I think it's snowball real fast.
That snowball.
Are a lot of our European speedrunners thinking of going to AGDQ? I know they probably can't go to all of them, so they kind of have to pick and choose, and I imagine they probably want to hang out together at least a little bit, so I wouldn't be surprised if there was some coordination among them to kind of, this is the one we're all going to go to, so I'm wondering if this is the one that I'm going to miss you guys or something.
What about this guy? Oh, couldn't push it back far enough.
Did it. Amazing.
Okay, we can never stop firing. That works too. 220 again.
So it looks like we have a sort of a goal time from Seawolf.
What was your time?
About 220.
Okay.
Is that okay? I got this, or okay? I'm around there.
Neither. I haven't completed a run, so I can't really
Okay.
speak to anything.
But it's okay. Doesn't seem completely ridiculous.
Right, like I'm not like, holy shit, how did you skip the whole game?
Yeah.
No, not so much.
Yeah, that was like a 215, but it was also made up of a few save states just at convenient spots, so it's not really comparable.
There we go.
Yeah, this game's tough.
Dragon, transform, please. Thank you. No. Alright, that's cool.
Best of Nest was kind of a big lure for me, but if I recall, I think this run ran into some trouble.
Is that was hard to play, or is that they couldn't afford the cartridge?
No, I think from hard to play. It was not a. It was not a. Well, what was it? Turtles? Turtles 2, I think. Something bad happened.
Well, Turtles 2
What?
can go sour. Well, any Turtles can go south real fast if you let it go.
But yeah, someone was like, it was acting up a little bit while I was practicing, and I should have, taken it out and made sure, but I just went with it, and then it just locked up halfway through the
Oh.
run.
Thank good. Oh, cool.
Well, Pazzy in chat is thinking about becoming a player, but he's a little hesitant, and I'm here to let you know that this is actually a great way to get into speedrunning. It was how I got into it, for one, way back in episode 3. And it was a really good experience because you're taking such a small chunk of a game and focusing on it that you're not really biting off more than you can chew, right? You're not being overwhelmed by anything, and not only that, but you've got people who are learning it with you. So you can ask them questions and how are you doing this, and you can also
typically,
just be like,
mystery games
doesn't
are a
this
little less-
fucking suck?
A little more crush the mystery game, but yeah, for like the week-long goals, typically you guys will Skype going back and forth about what to do.
Yeah, the mystery game. I mean, that can be a rough experience for some people who are not good at that, or who are still getting used to speedrunning in general and whatnot. But it's okay. Even if it goes horribly, it's okay. The main game, though, everyone learning the main game all week long is a really, really good introduction to speedrunning.
Yeah, that's probably
So
the easiest thing for someone who's just starting out in speedrunning. But if you have a lot of confidence in your ability, you can jump right into mystery matches. And in some sense, doing mystery matches is a bit easier if you're not so confident, because you don't have as much to risk. You didn't put a lot of time into it. You put an hour in, and then you play the game. So, not much of a commitment involved in doing it.
Yep. Normally during regular season play, we do have episodes where there's a game where you have a week to focus on it, and then there's other episodes that are only these mystery goals like we have today, and those are meant to be kind of drop in, drop out. So if you just want to do one match or something, you can go ahead and do that.
Yep, our next season of SGL is going to start as soon as this tournament is over. We're just going to jump right into it. It's been suggested that maybe we take a break after the tournament's over, but I don't have a take a break mode, guys. We're going right into SGL Season 2.
Yeah, that may have been my suggestion also.
There's a break. Right in the Zoom tube.
I think it's gonna happen right around Christmas, sort of. No,
Well,
we'll be
no,
on
I
the way
mean,
before
we will
Christmas.
hopefully be done with this by, well, we were originally aiming for the end of November, but maybe the first week of December it'll go over into. But we can already start scheduling people for December.
Yeah. So I was like, it would have been really nice if it lined up with like a Christmas break. SGL takes, a week and a half or something. Come
Where
back
everyone's
in
home
the
from
new
college,
year.
which means that's the best time to play.
Yep.
'Cause everyone's around. They got to be off to school.
These is a machine.
Up around the daytime.
The SGL train keeps rolling.
What in the damn hell is that thing? I think it was a dragon bar, but it was already full.
Oh. Yeah, I think
Oh.
that was a dragon head.
Yeah, it was a glowing dragon head, which I have no idea what it does. Had a full bar. I assume it
That
fills the dragon
one
bar up.
fills up your dragon bar.
Okay, so I was right, but yeah, I already full.
It
bar.
doesn't fill it up all the way, but if you get that drop really early on, like just you can take that run to the bank.
Look at it this way: I've got 30 runs. And I've seen it once, ever. And
I got it
everything's
one
kind of
time right at the very
high
beginning, right at that very first worm,
Oh wow,
and like
that would change.
that was
everything.
like
Yeah.
like the run.
Hello.
You would have to be ready to use it.
Nonsense. Adapt on the fly.
It's really interesting because the dragon form should be totally useless because it forces you into an auto-scroller. But
But
the act of transforming really does make this kind of an interesting mechanic.
it doesn't change the game entirely. It just lets you switch modes.
Yeah.
As an avid player of TGL, I'd say auto scroll is not all bad. Despite everyone's hatred towards them.
Yeah, that's always. I think there's been a couple people who they think really fondly of that game, and then they think about maybe speedrunning it, and I think the auto scroller part turns a lot of people off. So for a while, there weren't many people doing it, but I guess somewhat recently, I think it's fair to say that
Yeah, it's
Guardian
branched out pretty.
Legends got some people.
Say the last 4 months, I'd say it's really branched out.
Yeah,
For his
that's
me.
really cool.
Me, Fireball, Matrick, Zaki, poor me with
Certainly
Shiner.
doesn't hurt for the randomizer team now.
Oh no, yeah, there's one on the TGL forum has made a full-on randomizer, which is awesome. so
Wow.
you can just play the game like from scratch. It randomizes weapons values, so you can go crazy with it and like have like your Fireball do random effects and stuff. So you can't rely on the same weapon over and over again. Sometimes it'll be the God Fireball and like never run out and kill everything. Sometimes it'll use all your chips and vanish instantly. So makes you actually think, which is nice.
Zelda randomizer sure caught on like crazy.
Yeah. I promise that I can play Zelda. Like I have to learn that game so I can actually play randomizer and enjoy it.
I can't wait for Zelda 2 randomizer.
Oh god, I can't wait
It's in
either.
the works, right?
Then I will learn.
Fred's been working on it for a long time. I don't know if he's made any progress recently on it, but
Thumb. 5 hours of pressing right.
this game has probably one of the most shame-inducing death animations ever. With the screen just fading to black, it's like the game saying, "Let's just forget this happened, you and me both."
That's right.
So I'll just move on.
What game has that where? Ooh, hello. But basically, when you lose the game, like it's like a I can't remember game, it's a tactical game. Like you lose, like a nickel, just a missile strike that happens, you lose. It's like, oh yeah, you lose, and yeah, there's no picture of a bomb going off or anything because you failed. I can reward that. I can't
Oh, I
what it
remember
is.
that game. Yeah, but it says we're not going to show you the pictures of bombs.
Yeah, we don't reward
Yeah.
failure.
There you go.
You can see the programmer just arms crossed staring at you from behind the screen. Bad player. Bad. Ooh, wow.
I wonder
just
if there are
found
enough Christmas games out there that we could do a Christmas SGL episode.
this. Well, there's Die Hard. There's...
Home Alone, sure.
There's the Grinch for the Game Boy Color.
All
right.
right. Grande very fast.
I mean, if we somehow got into Dreamcast, we could do the Christmas nights.
Oh god. There's a game I can't play. Just bad at it.
How weird would it be if we started having 3D games on SGL?
I'd start crying.
There'd be people who don't even have a controller with an analog stick. They're like, what? I don't...
Yeah,
What's
exactly. How do I
this?
do it? How to do
You would have to ban OOBs and zips and everything in every game.
Yeah.
It'd be a mess.
Speedrun C-Man. Yeah.
Oh god. Turn it off as fast as possible. There, I won. Oh god, the hitbox is so weird. I was clearly not touching that centipede. I still died. Clearly not. Solid 5 pixels between me and him.
That's true. It doesn't need to be a Christmas game. It could just be like a level. Like a candy level would probably work, and then snowy and icy levels.
I think you just do like games that have a fanciful theme to them, like that. I don't know, like I'd say Little Nemo probably embodies the holiday spirit.
Yeah,
Or levels
things
kind of like that in
sugar
Wacky
plums,
Races.
dancing.
Or killing your enemies and wearing their
Penelope-
skins. One of the two.
There is a
Penelope
candy level.
Either or.
Stop stage is all candy.
I think there's a Mickey Mouse game or two with a Toyland level.
You can do a Magical Quest with level 4. The ice rink place. Demon's Crest too, that stage. We can really stretch this out. I mean, the Ice Palace, was what the goals we had that? I think the Ice Palace is the goal originally.
For which
taken
game,
out.
sorry?
For Demon's Crest. I think the Ice Palace was the goal I made, but it's taken out.
I think so. I think that goal was adjusted.
Yeah, because going through the entire palace is a real pain in the neck.
Doesn't the Batman Returns game take place during Christmas or something?
It does. It does take place during
Yep.
Christmas. The worst Christmas ever. Oh, I got full power. Ho, ho, ho. Oh, wow. The full cross-up. The Winter Olympic Games? Do we have that? No? You do Ice Cap Zone Sonic and have the chat fight over the best Ice Cap remix on OC Remix? All 4,000, all 40
Yeah.
of them?
I think it's that or Terra's theme from Final Fantasy VI that has the most remixes.
I forgot Wally 2, or Mega Man 2 Wally 1. That's like 3/4 of the site right there.
I just got 2 dragon face drops back to back.
Wow. Really?
Yeah, that was really bizarre because I've only seen them a handful of times and now I just got like a bunch of them.
That's impressive.
There are 14 remixes for Ice Cap Zone.
That's all, huh?
Yeah.
Oh no. Weak. Blades of Steel. I mean, you want double dribble with that awesome dribbling sound? Non-stop for an hour straight? Bonk, 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 bonk.
What if we gave people a goal that was like 20 minutes long?
How long
guys
would the
do?
actual match be?
I guess yeah. If you reset it last call, It'd be like a
Yeah.
50-minute match.
Yeah. Everybody resets despite you. Yeah. Oh boy.
Down to about 2.5 minutes left of practice for Dragon Fighter.
Oh boy. Crap. Get out of here.
Zero Noah in chat is asking if there's a way to automate the splits in the Lewis script, and I think like it could be possible, but coming up with a solution that works for every game would be very, very difficult. I'm not sure that's a thing we've solved.
Yep, that's really the big things. Every game is so different, you'd have to find memory values for each one. Well,
I can't jump grab it. Lame.
Oh, you can't. Now we know.
Now you know. So grab the extra frame the hard way.
Oh, I didn't know that was still questionable. Yeah, I messed that up my first.
Looks like Author Blues has got about a 212 in his practice, and Seawolf has got a 218. So these times are close.
That 212 is legit too. This one wasn't with save state.
On guard. I'm good. My forehand. Alright. Won't lie, still mad at that bat.
Damn it.
Well, rip practice, as Bad Break says. We're going to be playing Dragon Fighter for real now.
And we're going to be deciding who moves on in this brutal losers bracket.
Sure are.
It's like
Oh, brutal.
it's been some this competition's been pretty tight, but when you move on, the winner of this is up against at least Zenic Reverie and Andy. So
Oh.
it's gonna start getting real stiff, and it's not much better in the other bracket too. Those people are looking at Jeff Sledge and Dragon Dark, waiting for them in the losers bracket. So
Yeah, good luck at that one.
that should be good. But we're getting ahead of ourselves right now. We need to figure out whether Author Blues or Seawolf is the one moving on. Dragon Fighter is going to be the battle. Meanwhile, Fiesel is trying to coordinate the other SGL episode that's going to come right after this.
Yep, I'm just setting up the stream for this one. I'll get that going, and we've got another great episode coming up for you.
Yeah, I'm really excited about the games in the voting list. Ark is too. Unless everyone votes for all the boring stuff.
There's boring stuff. Why do you have the boring stuff in there?
You gotta mix it up.
I don't think
Gotta
any
let
of them
the-
are boring. That's the problem.
Yeah, there's a couple in there where I'm like, I know that. I've seen that.
Boring just because you've seen it before, but for runners who don't have any speedrun experience, I'm sure it is a
Oh no,
much
it won't be
different
boring for
story.
them. Not at all.
Right.
They'll be frantically
They'll
grabbing
wish it
straws
was
the whole
boring.
way.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
All right, I think I got everything set up here on the board. You guys ready to go?
Yep.
I suppose.
Couldn't be more or less ready right this second.
All right, then. With that, we'll give you the countdown.
It's
3,
exactly
2,
the right amount ready.
1, go.
So Dragon Fighter. This is a pretty obscure game. I think before speedrunning, most people didn't know what it was.
Sure, I think I saw it when we got it submitted to Sunday Sequence Break, and that's the first time that I had ever even seen the game, in fact. And the whole joke was getting this game confused with Dragon Strike and Dragon Power.
Dragon Warrior.
Dragon Warrior, right.
That's
There's probably other fighter games too.
Yep.
But
Fighter.
this is a cool ass game. Why? Because you can turn into a dragon. There goes Author Blues doing it there. Any game where you can turn into a dragon at will, automatically like top 50 at least, right? Like you can't. No matter what else it does, that's
Especially
pretty
for kids.
awesome.
You think the game would be like a guaranteed hot sell.
Yeah.
Ah, these guys are jerks.
Right. So, when you're not a dragon, it's pretty much your standard hack and slash side-scrolling NES game. I mean, you could say Zelda 2-like, except it doesn't feel anything like that. But the idea is you have to be doing that for a while to build up your dragon power. You start out with none, and your meter needs to fill up to about halfway before you can switch over into dragon mode. So that's why they're killing some of these enemies with the sword that they could probably skip, because in the end it's helpful to be the dragon.
Yeah, it doesn't. If you just stay as the dragon, it's actually not very fast because the game sort of becomes an auto-scroller at that point. But the dragon is the key to manipulating the camera, which is a really interesting technique. That basically, when you're in the auto-scroller, like most side-scrolling games, you can move freely around the screen, and it scrolls on its own. So you can use the dragon to get to the far edge of the screen. But as the fighter, you always stay centered in the screen. So you can use the dragon to get to the edge of the screen, change back, and then the game will scroll forwards quicker to catch up and put the fighter back in the middle of the screen.
And as far as basic mechanics, the only other thing we haven't mentioned is that you can get different colored orbs that they upgrade your fighter and upgrade your dragon to have different powers. So, not sure how much of that we're going to see here.
Unfortunately, it seems like Green Dragon is the best way to go throughout the entire speedrun. But I've seen some players pick up some orbs accidentally. I believe they drop from enemies, and drops are a little random, so we might see some accidental dragons of other colors. But I think everyone's game plan is to stick to Green Dragon. Damage boosting is a bit of a thing. You don't move too fast as the fighter. And a lot of these, there's a lot of enemies, and some of them are pretty big, so it can often be the best way to get through a situation is to just kind of jump and land on the other side of him and take a hit. But as Sigma demonstrates, you don't have all that much health to go crazy with it. There's a long stage and a lot of enemies, so you cannot damage boost off of all of them, but it is an option for throughout the stage. You can do it in a couple spots, I think, that really help. But yeah, generally, it's all about getting dragon power and then using it to move really quickly to the edge of the screen. And that's the major way that you can save time in this game and in this goal. But a lot of thought has to be put into where how you route the stage, how you turn into the dragon, and use this speed technique to gain time, because you're going to be in different spots of the camera when you do it, and that means where enemies are spawning are going to be in different places relative to you based off of when you do this trick. So that can be advantageous or disadvantageous. So not only do you want to be doing it as frequently as possible, but you want to be doing it only when the enemies line up in such a way as to make it worth it. And you also need to you can use it to save health, really. I mean, the dragon can really wreck things, and if killing a couple things with the dragon will get rid of a bunch of enemies that would otherwise take away half your health bar, that can also be a good incentive to go with the dragon for a little bit. And you also need to make sure to keep your dragon meter above half. You cannot actually transform until you are above half, and then if you want, you can let it tick all the way down. But you don't want to get caught without enough dragon meter to transform in a spot where you're counting on being able to do that.
Well, looks like we've already got a run up on the board. 231 from Pac-Man. And I think Ark is working on timing another one right now.
I think maybe Author Blues 221, I believe is...
It's new, not from his practice. That's his... Alright. Yeah, and there it goes up on the board, the 221.94. Now remember, the way our brackets sit right now, the real match here is Author Blues versus Theseawolf, or at least the one that counts for purposes of this tournament. All matches count as far as rating system goes, but so far Author Blues has one match under his belt and Theseawolf has one, so this is the tiebreaker for them.
There we go.
This looks like a really good run coming in from Theseawolf here. 209, besting all of his times in practice, I think. Whew, by a fair bit. So he's definitely happy to get that, especially this early into the match. There's still 23 minutes left. So he is free to reset all he wants to go for all the optimizations until Author Blues catches up. He is at the boss, and he does seem to have a pretty good run going. Unfortunately, we don't have many splits, so I mean, there's one split, so you don't really get an idea of it. Oh man, really going aggressive on the boss ends up losing his health. But I think he made that decision because he knows he's going to need something really good to beat this 209. Good Sigma also on the board, so now everyone has got a time. This is kind of an interesting game because if you're really worried about just getting a time on the board, you can play it very safe, use a lot of the dragon, and avoid damage boosts, and you'll get through the goal. But once you start to want to save time and you start to take these damage boosts and use more of your dragon meter just to get ahead of the screen, it becomes less and less safe, and eventually I think we're going to see a lot more resets as people try to get into these lower times. Oh, do we got the Dragon Fighter music going?
Oh, yeah, we do. It's a pretty rockin' soundtrack, I gotta say. I'm enjoying this. Really fits with the excitement of this final match.
It's definitely this is one song here. It's pretty good.
Yeah, these players just get to hear one song, but we have the benefit of hearing the whole soundtrack. Pretty good stuff. This game was made by Natsume, who's made a lot of games, particularly a lot of ones we've seen on the show that were published by Taito. Natsume being the developer for them. It was on at least one game we've had in the last week. I'm trying to think what it was. But yeah, great soundtrack. Alright, we're getting the comparison videos up here one by one. Each of these runners is being compared against the PB run of the person one up from them in the rankings. So the next person up in the rankings we're comparing against their best run. And the person who's in first place we're comparing against their first place run.
Oh, Lufia. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, Natsume is serious fun.
Serious fun.
They also did Trip World, right? I believe it was.
Also Harvest Moon.
Yes, Harvest Moon is probably
Incentive.
bigger than Lufia, actually, in terms of
I'd say it's their
mainstream
flagship.
popularity.
I'm biased.
Runs are up to date.
There we go. Wow, look at that board. So Seawolf in first place right now with a 209. A huge lead over everyone else. I don't know what he's figured out that the rest of these guys hasn't, but his first run right off the bat.
I'm guessing the boss is a way to really gain or lose time.
If you're aggressive on him, you can, but I mean, if he doesn't present it, if he doesn't turn the right way, you really can't shoot him. So
Yes. So you need a
That's
run
really
where he's always available for you to hit when you're ready to hit him.
I didn't really pay too much attention to differences between the players' strats as I was timing. I just kind of went through to get the times as fast as possible for you guys. But I did notice that Seawolf was killing the boss faster than everyone else. So picked up a couple different dragon colors, but I didn't really pay attention to how effective that was.
Yeah, we don't have splits for this because there's really no good spot for it. It's just one continuous thing from beginning to end. So we can't really see exactly where the time's coming from, but yeah, the boss fight I would imagine is explaining a large portion of it. But it's still pretty early in the match, only about a third of the way in, so we gotta see what kind of times these other guys can
I'm
come up
getting
with.
breaking news from Error72. I believe he was doing commentary with extra guys during Festiveness, so I think he knows. I think he knows the game, and he's saying that you can get a dragon power boost as a random drop. So it's possible Seawolf picked that up, and that's where he was saving time on this boss.
He's referring to just having more dragon power.
Oh, okay.
But that means you
So
don't
that would
have-
also help.
Right, and not having to
definitely
kill
help.
as many things to get
yeah, his boss
Dragon
isn't cooperating this time. Just give me the butt.
cooperative boss fight. A lot to do with
So,
it. Well, as far as the battle for second goes, the other three players seem to be pretty evenly distributed. So we'll probably see some movement on the board pretty soon, at least from those three.
Wow, it's
And this
a good
game
thing
has
we
some
have-
serious rudeness.
Yeah, I'm looking at a 1 health run, but yep. Sure enough.
Went a little bit aggressive and then made some mistakes. Mistakes were made. Okay.
Yep.
So what do you think's the hardest part of this?
Balancing
Kind of
dragon
evenly
power with
distributed.
health.
Yeah. You're kind of you have to maintain this balance, right? You don't want to run out of health, but you also want to have your dragon power at key parts. But you also want to be using your dragon power as much as possible to get ahead of the screen. So it's you're kind of on that the whole time. So it's not really one part of the, you can't say, this jump or something, right? It's more an overall aspect of the game. But it is definitely the hardest part to do on the fly. Because if things change, things don't go quite as planned, you need to adapt. And that comes with time, right? Like if someone who speedruns the game a whole lot eventually gets used to being in different situations at different times. But when you've only got an hour, a lot of it is new, and you're improvising a lot of it. Another good run from Seawolf. Grabs the staff. He's looking at 208 here.
Jesus.
I hope they have enough dragon power.
That's right, if you get to the boss with just under half, you cannot transform, and all that dragon power goes to waste.
As well as the run, because you're never going to beat the boss in any reasonable amount of time without dragon power.
Theseawolf's time has been updated. 207.83.
Thanks, Ark. Arcano's our timing referee, working diligently behind the scenes to time all these runs. There's been a lot of runs today. Sometimes we'll go through 3 matches and we might barely have 1 submission per person for each match, but well, it was off to a rough start with Mega Man 3, I think, in those terms, but after that, everyone was submitting runs left and right. So
It's been a good day.
yeah, it's been a pretty strong day for getting runs completed.
Yep, I think we even exceeded expectations on Mega Man 2, even though the total number of runs was not a whole lot.
Right.
You know, based off of how people were feeling going in and our chat predictions. Definitely everyone got on the board. And
Exactly. The runs per person ratio was above 1. We were expecting maybe less than that.
yes. It helps that the Seawolf has just been very consistent. Like even in Wizards and Warriors, I think everyone managed to finish more than a couple of runs, but the Seawolf was getting to that boss with green splits
That's
so
bad.
frequently.
Over and over again. I guess it's slower.
And
Damn,
he had
that
the
bat.
most runs on Mega Man, I think, and he's proven pretty consistent here at Dragon Fighter as well. Sigma fighting this boss. He's actually got a pretty good time, but he's getting low on health, yeah. So he needs to, he's playing aggressive there to go for the win. Gets punished for it. I'm trying to spot all the little things where are maybe differentiating our runners.
Oh god.
But
Let's spawn that
it's like there is a video, and it's theoretically possible for someone to follow the video and copy it and use that route, and that route is probably as
Every
a lot of
time
thought.
I get a halfway decent run, he spawns on the leftmost tile.
Yeah, you cannot turn around as this dragon. If you could, that would be a big help against this boss.
That is so much BS. Every time I'm there with a decent amount of time, a decent amount of dragon power, a decent amount of life, it spawns right there. Then there's nothing I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna die.
Or just wait while he dances around the screen and you're not doing anything.
Yeah, pretty
Well,
much.
unless you push him left with your shots, he's just gonna dance on the left-hand side of the screen the whole time. Takes him forever to loop all the way around the side and then the top and then decide at some point to dip down. Rudeness. So much rudeness.
So rude. Is there a guild or sub around?
Me,
No.
I'm busy.
I'm doing something.
Get a
I was
soundboard so
saying-
we can have the Gilder rude.
Rude.
Yes, soundboard would be nice. I was saying earlier that it's possible to copy the record run. You know, a lot of thought's probably been put into that route, so it's probably, if not the best, at least really good. But it's the kind of thing where you can fall off of that route very easily. It's not like it's super duper precise, but it's the kind of thing where it's constantly at least a little bit precise. And it's the kind of thing where once you fall off of it a little bit, it throws everything else off. So I think everyone kind of has an idea of how they want to go through most of it, or maybe just like chunks. But there's definitely chunks where everyone is having to improv just a little bit. And I think it's there that well, no, I think that will be where some time is made up or lost. But if we're being real, this boss is where the real time is being saved and lost. So as crappy as it is that he's got some randomness to him, players' abilities to get there consistently through the stage will give them more attempts at the boss at least, and will influence their chance at a real success here.
Yeah, I told you. What are you doing? We got you. Shooting at the worst possible spot. It's crazy. Never had to do that before. He's fallen to the spot where his shots will hit me if I walk. Wow. Interesting.
Oh, how much health does this boss have?
I never
Oh,
counted
I hit the reset button. I don't even care. Fuck that run. Sorry.
All right, that would have been about a 216 and a half, I think.
Nope.
If it mattered, we would pull that intermission up, but he does need to beat about a 208. Boss, yeah, was not very cooperative there.
I even got 2 full health drops right before the boss, so I was ready to go in super aggressive, and then he did his normal dance. Of course, as I
Yeah.
mentioned the balance, I had plenty of health. I had almost no dragon power, though.
Yeah, you actually did run out of dragon power at the end of the fight. And I mean, I guess given optimal circumstances, the boss would probably be dead at that point. But you
One
know,
would hope.
not having the dragon power to deal with the bad RNG too, it's a problem.
In trouble. Oh god. Okay, that was weird. I almost fell in that spike pit. I got wedged in there.
You ever tried to speedrun so hard you get a headache?
My thumb must have fallen off. Does that count?
So how are we doing in this match? Just about 6 minutes left. It's getting down to crunch time here. Don't let this gap in time here between Seawolf and Octopus fool you. This 15-second gap here seems like a lot.
But
But
race
Octopus
distance.
has had more than one run be on pace to match it. So this big swing here could definitely happen. And it's going to decide which of these two players moves on, stays alive in this tournament. Lots of people reach the boss here. Pac-Man working on him. Getting pretty aggressive, so he's a little low on life now, dealing with some bad patterns.
Nope. Smells can't stop that.
Seawolf gets a bad spawn. He's going to work. He goes up to the top left corner. Boss likes to do that.
Oh,
Boss is down, the staff is dropping, and we have
he did
a
it.
208. So
Nice.
I don't know if it's enough, but it is close. This is exactly what I was talking about. Author Blues has had runs on this pace the whole match, and it could just come together there, and it did, but we'll see if it is enough. I'm guessing he's a little short.
Yep, it's a
we
well
will
on the
find-
manual splits. It's a low 208 versus a high 207, so it could be.
My splits are usually pretty accurate. It is what it says it is.
The dog.
Fantastic. Someone is excited.
I had a really awkward situation in the middle of that run where, try as I might, the game did not agree with me that I was allowed to change out of dragon form, so definitely lost some of that time in there.
That's right. You really, when you're just trying to move the screen, you want to be in and out of dragon form as fast as possible. You basically, as long as you're still moving on the screen, closer to the edge of the screen, you're good. But as soon as you stop moving, that's when you don't want to be a dragon anymore. You want to get back to human form, both to get the screen moving forward again so that you can do it again. You also want to preserve that dragon power. So there's a big reason to be as optimal as you can on particularly getting out of the dragon form.
Well, we got Author Blues' time up there on the board. His splitting was indeed accurate. He has a 208.25. There is a 25 frame difference between his time and Seawolf's time, I'm told.
Oof. Less than 3 minutes now. .148 seems to be good pace for the start of this boss fight. See if he cooperates. He's pretty close to the left side of the screen and going further, so...
Nice,
Oh,
nice
man,
boss.
hiding himself. Yeah.
Boss is a jerk.
About a minute and a half left. So that's really only... Maybe you get 2 chances at this boss. See what kind of pattern he gives you.
Oh,
What spawn that was.
So here we go. Author Blues is going to get a look at this boss before he has to reset for last call. It's about the best he could hope for in this situation. It's an okay pattern. Not great spawn there. But the boss does get back on screen. No, he ends up wasting time. So he runs out of dragon power and resets one last time. Yep, it seems everyone's getting pretty good at this stage. It's really not the thing holding players back anymore. It's all about getting to this boss. And it's completely opposite. It is all about how the boss goes. Pac-Man's done. His 228 is going to be his final time, as well as the 220 for Mood Sigma. Respectable times, but Mood Sigma would disagree.
Dragon power. Did not work.
So I'm going to try to find a visual cue here to compare these two runs of Author Blues and the Theseawolf here. It looks like Author Blues is a little bit off pace compared to some of his other runs. But this boss can always just be really nice all of a sudden and really change things up. Same with Theseawolf. Boss really loves to just go up.
That wasn't it. That wasn't it.
Wasn't it?
Nope,
Wasn't it?
nope, right not. Nope. Boss wins.
He really does like to get up to the top left corner of that second appearance, and that really sucks.
Nice one, Seawolf. I don't know how
There
you
it
got
is.
207, but you
25
killed it.
frames.
Well played.
25 frames are deciding this match, and it's deciding who goes on in this tournament, and it is going to be the Theseawolf. Congratulations. Oh yes, I will start updating the bracket and making it official. But I don't want to leave anyone out. That was super close between Theseawolf and Author Blues, so definitely congratulations for that show, and also for Sigma and Pac-Man. They were right behind them the whole way too.
Yeah, GG's guys, really well done.
Kill more runs. For me. So close. Oh, was that 25 frames? Stupid. Crazy good.
So how do you feel about moving on in this tournament, Seawolf?
Oh man, go back to the top ranks, get flashed by somebody else. That'd be great. Behold,
That's
Dragon
right.
Dart.
It
Well,
did kind of spoil things a little bit, but it
the
you
wrestle's
will be
weird.
running into Xena Gregory and Andy in the next round.
I'm playing against
Your-
Xenic, but Andy's going to kill me.
Xenic is pretty good too. He's
Yeah,
a bit
I've
of a
seen Xenic,
sleeper
yeah.
because he hasn't been on many episodes, but he was one of the people who's had a 100% win rate for a while. So
Yes, for the words of my friend Sharky, is going to murder me. So yeah, it's a good way.
well, we'll see. But nonetheless, you've earned your way to that next round, the third round. I guess they do the quarterfinals. Really, that's where you are now. So.
That's right,
That's
quarterfinals.
just- and we'll be. We're not done. We're not done today. More
We're done.
SGL. Where in fact, there's about double what you've just seen. We got a whole another episode coming up. 4 more people, and they are going to be. Wait. Maybe I misspoke because I think we've had a tragic update.
Oh, no.
Hags. It seems like Hagspan is not going to be able to make it, so we're going to end up with a 3-way match here.
Yep, 3-man match in the next one, unfortunately. Sorry, guys. But on the bright side, you get to see some great Super Nintendo games to balance out the great NES games we've seen already.
I don't think I've ever played a Super Nintendo game on SGL. I'm just realizing I don't even have SNES 9X set up for SGL. I've only got Game Boy and NES.
I think we had you commentate Do Re Mi Fantasy, but no, you were not actually a player.
Let's just tweet. Before.
So I think the brackets are updated. While Hagspan cannot make it, we do have Nighty, Razielum, and MTI waiting in the wings here to play some mystery games, and I'm really looking forward to how these votes turned out.
It'll be a fun watch.
Oh, nice. Yeah, definitely one of the games I wanted to see is going to be in today's episode.
Alright, sadly I gotta go, but everyone enjoy your games.
See you
Stick
later.
around, have fun.
Seawolf.
Everybody, thank you for playing.
Thank you
Enjoy
very
yourselves.
much.
Have a good time.
Yeah.
Thank you. Bye, folks. Come back next season, we'll do it again. There, bye.
Definitely. Yeah, I'm gonna head out myself. So
Alright, thanks,
good
Al.
luck with the next round, and it's an awesome matchup.
Yep, thank you.
Take it easy, guys.
Thanks for having me. It was fun. I blame Bad Breaks for giving me the bad luck as always. Thanks, Bad Breaks. I appreciate that. But I'll see you guys later, and I'll stick around to watch the next match.
Sounds great.
Yep. See you guys later. Thanks a lot.
See you later. Thank you.